Well, good afternoon, councillors, those here in attendance and those that might be tuning in through the multiple channels. We do open today's meeting and remind those that those channels are an audio-visual recording that's being made and that all persons attending the meeting are to be respectful and considerate towards others. In the opening of today's meeting, I'd like to acknowledge that this is NAIDOC Week and we're celebrating 50 years deadly and the ongoing relationship between City of Launceston and Palawa people that's recognised by our Aboriginal Partnership Plan. And I'd like to invite Nathan Pitchett to do our Welcome to Country. Thanks, Nathan.
Before I begin today, please take a moment, bring a soft awareness to your natural breath. Today I stand here on honour Annie Sharon Holbrook, big shoes to fill. I honour her and all the elders that laid path for today. Yapulingana Luchuwira Nika Meladina Palawa. Mina Palawa Nungampi Shawana Mana. Mina Kani Ninatu Lumi. Alana Wina Kanamaluka Ta. Hello and welcome to Luchuwira, Palawa country. I'm part of the Islander community, Trawana, Cape Barren. Also a broader Tasmanian Aboriginal community member here in Luchuwira. We come together today in the settlement of Launceston on the Kanamaluka, Tamar Estuary. I trust that we're here today already recognise generational trauma. The early histories of Tasmania, Luchuwira. But today I speak with a sense of hope, courage and connection. In my lifetime, I've lived with racism and contention. I stood beside allies as we stand for country and her needs. I've experienced hope in the eyes of the Parkland Junior Rangers. The young leaders in the Ranger program and also other young leaders from exceptionally diverse backgrounds. Marika, Rala, 50 years deadly. We are in and always will be a relational ecosystem where decision affects the now and our future, mine and yours alike. What direction do we choose? I stand here today on a songline, a path forged by family and communities. I honour all my elders who laid this path. Like a seed of a great gum creating shelter and strength for generations. Marika Rala, 50 years deadly. This year, on the first day of NAIDOC, I watched from my window the shadow of our flag. Dancing in the breeze, I felt the ancestors telling a story. I hear them in the wind. I feel them in my heart, Taikila Mana, my heart, as they whisper expressing truth. The spirit of warriors whose blood flows like a stream of deep listening. Of a future, of a promise. Remember our strength, trust in country, trust in humanity. As the days get longer, the spirit of hope must grow. Express from our hearts. Remember the old ways. Everything is connected. A timely intention for community and country. Marika Rala, 50 years deadly. No need to, thank you.
Thank you very much, Nathan, and you may be seated. Great. As we move through our agenda today, we move through mayor acknowledgements and into declarations of interest at 3. A councillor must declare any interest that a councillor has in any matter before discussion on that matter commences. Declarations of interest. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you. Item 11.1, DA 0202/2026.
Thank you. Declarations, Deputy Mayor? No. 19.2. Councillor Palmer?
Thanks, Mayor. 20.1, concessional entry to council waste disposal facility.
Great, thank you. Any further declarations? Okay, we'll move forward to the confirmation of the minutes at 4.1, with the recommendation being that the minutes are true and correct records. Somebody please to move. It's been moved by Councillor Britton, seconded. Councillor Marsden, any contributions to the minutes? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. At 5, we have council workshops. 5.1 is the council workshops conducted since the last council meeting, with the recommendation being that council notes the council workshops conducted and attendance since that last meeting, as they're published in this agenda. Somebody please to move. Councillor Marsden has moved, seconded by Councillor Palmer. Any contributions to the workshops? There being none, we'll put to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We have no councillor leave of absence or community reports identified as a part of this agenda at 6 and 7, so we move to 8, which is questions by members of the public. 8.1 is questions on notice by members of the public. They are published and responded to as a part of this agenda. So we'll move to questions without notice by the public at 8.2. Just noting that please maybe ask only 3 questions. And just start with your name and suburb. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Marsden, and thanks, Mr. Baines.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to direct my first question to Councillor Joe Pentrick. I'd like to ask Joe if his brother would consider putting in a quote for the demolition of 62 Gorge Road. Perhaps you may be able to answer that or bring it back at a later date. Councillor Pentrick.
Thanks, Mr. Baines, and noting that the questions will be directed through the Mayor. We'll take that one offline and we'll ensure that Councillor Pentridge can respond personally to your question on behalf of, you might have to check with his brother.
Thank you. Second question, is there any reason that this house couldn't, with the help of the Tasmanian Fire Service, just be burnt to the ground and then cleared up with a front-end loader and a truck?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Mr. Baines. I'll take that on notice as to the correspondence between, if there's been any, for that specific purpose. I'll have to take that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question. When the block has been cleared, what is the intention of council towards that block? What does council intend to do?
Thanks, Mr. Baines. There's quite an extensive report that's been put forward, so we'll ensure that we get that information to you around the community use and the purpose of that space. So we'll take it on notice and publish that for you in the next agenda.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Baines. Further questions without notice? Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 3 questions. Ordinarily, you don't answer questions on matters that are on the upcoming agenda of the day. And to that point, I skipped past writing down on your agenda item that, if I may, I'd like to speak to 19.2, which is the parking strategy, please, and 17.1. You do sometimes accommodate people by moving your agenda around if there's speakers. On my account, please don't do that today, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Smith. Appreciate that.
Others sometimes creates chaos. Question about the review of the, it's called CADPIP, it's the Central Activities District Parking Implementation Plan. You're proposing to review it, it's a 5-year review. When you do, would it be possible to include, when they give a breakdown, or would they give better granulation of parking off-street? So when they talk about reducing off-street parking and reducing sorry, lost my train of
No, that's
thought
okay.
there. The numbers of parking, so when they quote 1,700 off-street parking spaces, could we get some granularity to where those actually are? In the past, when I've tried to find these numbers of parking, I sometimes struggle to find where they actually are. For example, they quote, say, what was called Jimmy's supermarket as having a certain number. I go and count them and I can't reproduce the numbers. Also, the second question, the rationale for one-way streets conversion to two-way. One block of Patterson Street and two at Charles is proposed under City Heart Place plan to be turned into two-way. I go back to the original progenitor of that, which was the Gell report. Could it be mistaken by council that Gell was referring to the heavy-duty West End traffic, which, as we know, is Bathurst Street and Wellington Street, to convert those two-way? Also, because West City Heart talks about stopping the blockies by introducing two-way traffic, officers, I note, in 2021 said, this is not likely to alter the blocky routes. When I say officers, I mean council officers. This is not likely to alter the blocky route, as cars would still be able to travel the route as they always have, albeit in single rather than dual lanes. And also, document today is Launceston Network Operation Framework, which notes that the bus interchange, which was the Birchall's Patterson Street, it was that required the two-way street conversions of Patterson Street and Charles to get the buses out of there. Would you be able to look at those things, please? The question isn't really clear. Also, CADPIP, that Central Activities District Parking Implementation Plan that you're looking at today, also notes that the reason for two-way conversions in Launceston was as a result of the proposed CBD bus interchange. So would you look at those things? I think the question I'm actually saying is that concept dead?
Sure.
Because we don't have the bus stop? I think that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Mr. Smith. And yes, we'll take those on notice as councillors when that item comes to the table a little later in this agenda. And I'm sure that all councillors are quite looking forward to further conversations and workshops around what the City Heart project looks like, particularly around two-way developments as we move forward too. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you. And the third question, of course, again, relates to an item on the agenda that won't be answered, but the mobile food vendor policy update is being updated. I'd ask, what did you speak to industry, or did the officers speak to the industry about it? And how many current operators are there under that policy? So how many have permission to operate, and how many bookings have there been? Perhaps you give me some granularity between perhaps the High Street or the Eat Street and the rest of the spaces. How many have been booked in the year and a half, I think, since the policy started? Please? Sure. And I know you can't, and it's short notice, but thank you, Mr.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for your questions, Mr. Smith. Any further questions without notice? Great. Okay, we'll continue moving through the agenda then. We have no petitions or deputations identified at 9 and 10 in this agenda, so we move into Planning Authority at 11. Under the provisions of the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act of 1993, Council acts as a planning authority in regard to items included in agenda under the item 11 Planning Authority. 11.1, we have 160 to 170A Bathurst Street, Launceston. And before I do get to the recommendation, I'll open to the floor if there are speakers, in which I have quite a few noted. So I might just run through the order as written down. Apologies if there's any mispronunciations for any of the names here, but I might start with Kerry, please.
Thank you. Kerry Haywood, 154 Bathurst Street. Good planning is not about planning for the minimum, it's about planning for the maximum. Launceston Flood Protection Plan is not about a flood in 10 years, but about a flood in 150 years. The consensus last time this DA was here, the clients would not travel by bike or public transport, so the numbers of traffic should be around the 700. On the Kaiser website, you can only book appointments for the half hour. It goes to say that 2 30-minute sessions a week is what you need to achieve your goals. 10 to 15 staff on site, and if use the data supplied at 40 cars per hour, and appointments every half hour, so 10 staff parking, 13 clients at the 7 o'clock time slot equals 23 parking spots. The next 13 clients arrive at 7:25 for their 7:30 appointment equals 36 parking spots. Kaiser has only got 25 allotted to it. 15 staff and 70 gym machines on site, 13 clients per half hour does not seem a good business model. The numbers are for the minimum or average, not the maximum as good planning should be. The truthful way Kaiser makes its money is by staff who gain financially to sign clients up to their gym. The applicant's own town planner calls it Kaiser's traditional gym and gym machines. The traffic expert indicated the council may also see this as consulting rooms and gym. So the question is, why wasn't the council planners chose to do so? For all attention purposes, it's a gym with consulting room, and that's how it should be assessed. If this was the case, the parking and traffic would be back to the numbers in the first DA. Council this week said DA should be approved not by the act of the heart. Well, here's an opportunity for that to happen. This does not meet the Act. It relies on opinion, not fact. It relies on the minimum, not the maximum. It relies on performance criteria. It relies on the developer who's trying to cloud what it really is with words. In a pub test, this would be called a consulting room and gym. The same councillor mentioned the cost of appeals in DAs are determined. If this is the case, it's a sad day for the ratepayers of this city. The definition of a gym: someone who works out, tick. Indoor venue, tick. Membership, tick. Weight machines, tick. Space for physical exercise, strength training and well-being, tick. Resistance machine, tick. If it's not a gym, it's doing an excellent job to try to be one. So do the right thing by the Act and the community and ratepayers, and do not allow this development to get assessed as it should be. It should be assessed as a consulting room and gym. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Kerry. I've got those next. Yes, thank you. Ms. Millwood.
Thank you. Louise Millwood, Bathurst Street. I suppose I'm like everybody else within my district and around this development. We don't have any concerns about the development. We have concerns about the amount of traffic that will be generated by the development. Richard Burke prepared he's a traffic engineer and prepared an independent study that said there'd be 1,200 cars up and down Crown Street from this development. The second DA that's presented, the traffic assessment is based on data provided by the developer himself, by Kaiser themselves. You have to ask yourselves, councillor, whether you are comfortable with the integrity of the data. If you're comfortable that the data is independent and credible and has been tested by the planning department, not just referred back to the developer to ask if it was okay. If you're comfortable with that, then make your decision. The next agenda item after planning is heritage. There are 6 more homes being declared as heritage within this area. One would call it a precinct. And when we talk about impacts on heritage, it's not about the buildings. It's not just about the buildings being redeveloped. It's about how it impacts the amenity of the area. Crown Street is a beautiful heritage area, and now we're having an extraordinary amount of traffic going up and down one-way street from this. I would ask that the developer and the council, if you do pass this, work together for a practical solution about what we do.
Thanks, Louise. Got Tim to speak next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tim Rickson. I'm here again on behalf of my business partner, Brad Langrack and Travanco Engineering. I'm not sure the modifications that have been included in the revised development application 160 to 172A Bathurst Street will change any of our concerns regarding excessive traffic movements, parking difficulties, and safety concerns for our employees, clients and the local community. It seems like the developer has just got a different company to calculate a more favourable outcome. We're also concerned with the additional number of rehab equipment that have been added. Surely this just means more clients, more traffic and more shortage of parking in the area. The addition of undercover parking included in the proposed units for the build in the future adds further shortage of on-street parking for Kaiser, clients and staff parking. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Tim. I've got Madison. Thanks, Matt.
Mayor, councillors, Madison Shepherd, 10 Crown Street. As we've said before, this is not an objection to the adaptive reuse of the building. I support preserving buildings with recognised heritage value. My concern is whether the application before you contains sufficient evidence for Council to be reasonably satisfied that the requirements of the Tasmanian Planning Scheme have been met. Council's own assessment acknowledges that the land has been identified as having local heritage values for its industrial form and that the retention of the building is considered positive to Council's cultural heritage. I agree. But retaining a building is not the same as protecting its heritage setting. Heritage is not simply the building we preserve, it is the setting, the streetscape and the character that give that building its meaning. Those values can be lost just as surely through incremental change as they can through demolition. The officer's report recognises the heritage value of the building, but it does not demonstrate how the permanent changes to its setting have been assessed. Obviously, we know the proposal notes of that, but we won't need to worry about that. These are permanent changes to the public realm that have the potential to alter the amenity of Crown Street and Twining Street through increased vehicle movements, noise and changing experiences of the streetscape. The report concludes that there will be no unreasonable loss of amenity. Respectfully, the report does not demonstrate how the cumulative effect of those permanent changes on the surrounding streetscape and acknowledged heritage setting has been assessed. The same concerns exist with the traffic. The applicant's own traffic impact assessment states this assessment relates to the Kaiser tenancy in isolation, while confirming that future tenancy impacts will be assessed separately. Yet today, Council is being asked to approve the permanent access arrangements, parking infrastructure and streetscape changes for the broader redevelopment. If the cumulative impacts of the full development have not been assessed, how can Council be reasonably satisfied that the planning scheme has been met? In only a few moments, ironically, Council will consider expanding Launceston's heritage places. That reflects the importance Council places on protecting heritage. I simply ask that the same level of scrutiny be applied here. Council's planning approvals shape our city for generations. They should only be granted when the evidence demonstrates that every relevant impact has been properly assessed. In my respectful submission, the material before you does not demonstrate that the cumulative impacts on heritage setting, amenity and the broader redevelopment have been sufficiently assessed. Until it does, Council cannot be reasonably satisfied that the requirements of the planning scheme have been met. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms Shepherd. I've got Samantha.
Good afternoon. I'm reading this on behalf of my mother. My name is Carol Clark and I live at 6 Crown Street, just north of the proposed development. I support the adaptive reuse of the building and I recognise the value that investment and redevelopment can bring to Launceston. My purpose today is not to oppose redevelopment, but to ask you to carefully consider one specific aspect of the traffic impact assessment before making your decision. The report estimates approximately 580 vehicle movements per day and concludes that the surrounding road network can accommodate this traffic. However, as a resident of Crown Street, north of Twining Street, both narrow and a one-way street, I remain uncertain about how traffic is expected to disperse the development once vehicles leave the site. The traffic impact assessment refers to outbound traffic being split between Frankland and Twining Street, yet elsewhere it acknowledges that vehicles leaving will leave beyond via Crown Street also, the northern side of Twining Street. What is not clear is how much additional traffic is expected to travel along the northern section of Crown Street, where my home is relocated. This matters because the planning scheme requires Council to consider whether vehicle movements can cause an unreasonable loss of residential amenity. My request is simple. Before approving this application, I ask that you all satisfy yourselves that the traffic modelling adequately explains the likely impacts on Crown Street residents, particularly north of the Twining Street intersection, and that those impacts have been properly assessed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. James?
Thanks, Mayor and Councillors. My name's James Stewart. I'm a town planner with Nova Land Consulting. We're speaking in support of this proposal today of the Kaiser facility. We acknowledge first off that this is a different traffic impact assessment. The first traffic impact assessment was fundamentally flawed. The numbers in it just didn't stack up. So the revised traffic impact assessment has relied on Kaiser data from other facilities. The same author that did this TIA did the one down in Hobart as well, so he's familiar with the Kaiser model. There have been several other changes in relation to the proposal as well. So one of the things, the first application lost 2 on-street parking spaces. So as part of this proposal, there'll be no net loss of any parking spaces. There's going to be 1 space created on Franklin Street, and then a second space will be relocated on Crown Street. So overall, there won't be any net loss of parking in the surrounding area. In terms of the zone purpose, so this is the commercial zone. So I note that the zone purpose speaks about providing for manufacturing and processing retail business uses. So this is a use which won't detract or take away from Launceston CBD. It's located within Launceston. It'll support the activity centre hierarchy. It will bring people into the city, and it complements and is in character with similar development along Wellington Street and Bathurst Street. So in that sense, we'd say it would comply with the relevant performance criteria for the commercial zone. There were some other modifications just in relation to representations made. The garden on the back has been retained. There were some concerns about that at the start. That'll be built into the works. The ventilation systems on the roof have all been shielded now. There were some concerns about amenity with that. So there has been a genuine attempt here to meet the needs of the residents. The site isn't heritage listed. It's not within a precinct. It's not within a place. So the Heritage Code doesn't apply. It's not on the State Heritage Register either. So heritage provisions really don't have a say in this instance. Thank you for your time. We support the motion. Cheers.
Thanks, James. I've got Stephen next, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Stephen Nicholas and I'm the owner of 164 Bathurst Street, the building proposed for the Keyser development. Many people born before 1990 would remember 164 Bathurst Street as Fatty Jack's. For around 40 years it operated as a working steel foundry. Here in Launceston recently it operated as a retail space and a trailer manufacturing business. This building sits at the entry to our city and it speaks to the industrial heritage and early streetscape of Launceston. When I bought this building, I bought it because I wanted to see it come back to life and give it a reason and a use to keep it operating for another 40 years. When the opportunity came to purchase 164 Bathurst Street, I made a decision to look for a tenant who would not only suit the existing building design, but have a business operation that complemented the surrounding neighbourhood and would comply with the current zoning for the property. That search led me to Keyser. Keyser's business model delivers an integrated combination of physiotherapy, rehabilitation, and medically supervised strength training. Each clinic combines specialised purpose-built gym equipment with qualified physiotherapists and supervised strength training programs supporting rehabilitation for people across all walks of life, from people recovering from surgery and older residents managing chronic conditions, to athletes and everyday members of our community seeking to build strength and resilience. I know that for a number of the representatives here today, the concern is traffic and parking in the surrounding streets of this development. The misestimation that the earlier application was affected by was a lack of coordination between consultants and project stakeholders. The current application is prepared in a more coordinated way using more reliable data. As such, it is the current traffic assessment that is accurate. Nothing about this proposal touches the building's exterior. The facade, the roofline, the industrial character that makes 164 Bathurst Street recognisable to anyone who has driven past it for the last 40 years will remain exactly as they are. The changes happening inside of the building will include 30 new car parking spaces and a fit-out that is specific to Keyser. Keyser clinics are built on long-term relationships with the community they serve, not short leases and turnover. That matters here because a heritage building does not need a tenant for a year, it needs a custodian for a generation. That is what I've set out to find, and that is what this proposal delivers. The Keyser development will sit within and directly strengthen Launceston's medical precinct. Positioned close to the Launceston General Hospital and the Hub Medical Centre, this facility will provide a natural continuation of care, a place where patients can move from acute treatment into structured, supervised rehabilitation without needing to travel across the city. Few uses could be more complementary to this precinct. Few could deliver more direct value to the health and well-being of local residents. A supervised physiotherapy and strength training clinic is an appointment-based professional use. It brings people through the door during the day respectfully and quietly without the noise, heavy traffic or disruption that might reasonably concern nearby residents and businesses. 164 Bathurst Street has already told one chapter of Launceston's story as a foundry that helped build this city for 40 years. The Keeza development offers this landmark building a second chapter, one where its heritage is respected, its exterior untouched, and its purpose renewed in direct service of the health and well-being of our community. I respectfully ask councillors to support this development application. It protects what makes this building special while giving it the one thing every heritage building ultimately needs to survive, a reason for someone to keep the lights on. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Stephen. I've got Carmen next.
Hello, I'm Carmen and I live in Twining Street. With the Keeza Gymnasium, I was just wondering, I just wanted a heads up on the community garden, which I think was there by Tuesday, was it? Was it you? So I was just wondering, would it have to be moved and uprooted, whatever? So it's definite, is it? Definitely. So you won't have to move anything or upplant it, or you won't have to move. Yeah, that's all I wanted to know. Thanks.
Excellent. Thanks, Carmen. That's no worries. I've got Luke next, please.
Mr Mayor, councillors, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Luke Cameron. I'm the Chief Health Officer at St Luke's. I'm here on behalf of St Luke's to explain why the council support for the Keeza Launceston application is not just beneficial, but it's essential for improving community health outcomes. Keeza is a clinically led and physiotherapy model that directly reduces the demand for surgery. In a Tasmanian pilot, St Luke's partnered with Keeza Australia to deliver an osteoarthritis program that has actually, after 3 years of its implementation, has managed to divert up to 75% of all people participating in that program away from surgery. Joint replacements are one of the biggest cost pressures in our health system, and demand continues to rise. Every avoided surgery reduces pressure on public and private wait lists and keeps people healthier for longer. Launceston itself carries a really high burden of arthritis and chronic pain. Evidence-based alternatives to surgery, especially for older adults and people who would never ordinarily walk into a traditional gym, is essential. This is prevention in its most practical form. Structured strength training that restores function, independence and quality of life. Council support is about more than enabling a business to open. It's about backing a proven model that keeps people out of hospital, reduces long-term costs and strengthens community wellbeing. It aligns directly with St Luke's vision of making Tasmania the healthiest island on the planet. Keeza's ready, the evidence is really strong and the need in Launceston is very clear. With council support, we can deliver measurable health improvements for thousands of our residents who ordinarily would only have one other option, which is surgery. Thank you.
Great. Excellent. Thanks, Luke. I've got one further speaker noted. Brett.
Thank you for your time, councillors. My name is Brett Long. I'm the owner of Keeza Australia. It's a pleasure to be down here today. Keeza is a network of physio-led rehabilitation clinics. Our model is referrers from doctors, typically GPs or surgeons, send patients to us because they're trying to avoid that patient having surgery, going to the hospital, having a worsening of their function in life. The Keeza model is Swiss. Our background is Swiss. It's very different to a typical medical clinic. It's designed to look like a science lab. There's no TVs, there's no mirrors, and importantly for the community, there's no music. We're very focused on rehabbing the clients so they can get back to life outside of those rooms. We have 45 machines, which requires a big floor plate, but the reason we have 45 machines is it's not 45 treadmills. We have 45 unique machines for different parts of the body. So we have a machine for shoulder external rotation, a separate machine for internal rotation. And to get through a number of different injuries and manage those, you need the different machines. We have another 10 machines, which are duplicates of 10 of the popular machines. So if there's 2 clients that are doing rehab on the same machine, we can have them in there at the same time. That's what the Keeza model is. I'd like to acknowledge the initial mistake in the traffic assessment. The placeholder 1234 was left in it, which looked like 1,234 cars, so I appreciate the updated version of that. And our business is Swiss, we're conservative by nature, so we've done our traffic estimations on the busiest clinics in Melbourne with 300,000 population that access those clinics. So the final part for me is why Launceston? I'm biased because I live in the country and I think country people deserve the healthcare that city folk get. And having been in Hobart for 5 years and working alongside St Luke's, from day one they've encouraged us to help the population of northern Tasmania. Hence we're here today. So I appreciate everyone's time and your acknowledgement of the application. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Mr. Long. Now, I don't have any other identified speakers, but I will open to the floor if there's anybody remaining. Okay. We'll move forward to the published recommendation. That recommendation being that a permit be granted for business and professional services, change of use to consulting rooms, including associated works, at 160 to 172A Bathurst Street, Launceston, subject to the published conditions. Somebody please to move. Councillor Palmer has moved, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Now that agenda item is live, questions, starting with the mover. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor. If we could have the officers just run us through those discretions that are listed, please, and give us some feedback that those that are listed there, for everyone. The feedback, that's okay.
Great, thanks, Councillor Palmer. Going through Executive Leader, Community Asset and Design to delegated required.
Design and sitting of signs, illuminated signs, pedestrian access, traffic generation.
So were you just wanting an outline on what those discretions are?
Just a short outline on each.
Yeah, okay. So all uses is due to hours of operation, and as the use is discretionary in the zone, it's another discretion. Design and sighting of signs, illuminated signs, that comes down to the signs proposed. Pedestrian access relates to pedestrian movements around the car parking area. And traffic generation is due to the number of vehicles produced by the development and use.
Thank you. And we have lots of questions and discussion around the heritage listing. Can you confirm that it is in fact not heritage listed?
The property is not within a heritage listed precinct or is not on the state or local register.
Okay. And also, are you happy with the traffic report that complies?
Yes, when we get applications, especially ones accompanied by traffic impact assessments, they are reviewed by the planners as well as our engineering staff who are able to comment on traffic discrepancies. They had no issue with what was proposed or provided.
Thank you. I'm happy to speak now, or would you like me to wait?
Do some more questions first, if that's okay.
Thank you.
I had Deputy Mayor put hand up for questions. No? Oh, Councillor Walker.
It was indeed. Thank you, Chair. And I thank the representatives for coming along as well as the proponents. We can't ask for more passion information than that, but of course some of the things they've spoken about are not contained within the planning scheme. And in the case of heritage, of course, while the site isn't itself heritage listed, it certainly has heritage features, and I think everyone, if this is to be successful, accepts that that will be retained. My question goes to the thought that this would be, that the use would actually be more like consulting rooms and a gym than the physiotherapy type uses that have been listed. Can the council officers speak to that? Because that is a legitimate concern in the planning scheme.
Thanks, Councillor Walker.
Look, when it was lodged, I was not involved in any previous application, so I looked at this, I guess, with fresh eyes. It's a consulting room by its definition. It's outside of that gym. They might be similar when you read those definitions within the scheme. The way it operates in terms of referrals, limited the type of experts that they employ to assist people in recovery. It leads itself to a consulting room.
Thank
And to follow that up, is that our determination then? I mean, who would be the one to decide if they thought that ostensibly this is now being used as a gym? People are coming regularly, doing their exercise and going home. That would be a different use and require a different assessment. Would that be true?
Thank you. When the council receive an application, it's the planning authority's job to determine which use class the application fits in. As Ian has outlined, when this came in, we analysed that and believe it fits within, as a consulting room in the business of professional services. There are different models with different use classes and mixed use classes, but we've made a determination on our view, and that's embodied in the recommendation. Ultimately, that is a judgment call of the planning authority, and if subject to challenge, those things are determined ultimately by the tribunal or a future court. But when an application comes in, it is the planning authority's job to determine how it should be classified under the planning scheme. We've done that, and we're fairly comfortable with that.
Thanks, Richard. Further question, Councillor Walker?
Yeah, my next question goes to the heritage values in the area. There are a number of buildings in the very immediate vicinity that are on the State Heritage Register. Does that in any way trigger our State Heritage Heritage Tasmania to have some interest in the matter?
The short answer is no. There's no mechanism to refer the application to the Tasmanian Heritage Council.
Thank you. Further question?
Safety was also mentioned as a concern in the area, I suppose, again, ostensibly because of increased traffic. And while it might reasonably be expected that people aren't going to be travelling at any speed in that area, was any consideration put towards traffic management in terms of speed humps or signage or traffic calming in the street, especially Crown Street, I suppose?
Thank you.
There are no recommendations within the traffic report, so there were no conditions of such implemented or recommended.
Do we feel comfortable that the footpath is wide enough in that street in regards to increased traffic movements in the area?
Look, again, our engineering and assets team who reviewed found no concern with safety due to the increase in number of vehicles.
Thank you. And just councillors, just noting that the report and the recommendation would identify such. I just want to be really mindful that this isn't a courtroom and interrogation. I'm not saying that it's going in that direction. I'm just saying that if there were concerns that they would be addressed in the conditions, just to be really mindful of the report and the recommendation.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Britton, then Councillor Harris.
Thank you. And not to turn this into a courtroom, but just perhaps for the help of the representatives and everyone here, there was talk or perhaps a notion made that perhaps some of the information we received could have been biased or skewed. Can we just get 30 seconds on how we, during this process that we do hundreds of times a year, ensure that the information we do receive isn't biased in any way or skewed, etc.
Look, when we get applications in, especially applications with expert reports, the information isn't taken straight away and saying, yeah, that's it. It's reviewed internally, so it's reviewed by the planner looking after the application. It's also reviewed by our internal engineering team. There are often times when we do question traffic reports. And in this case, it's what they've put forward. There was no reason not to think that wasn't accurate.
Thank you. Councillor Harris?
Thank you, Mayor. Just sorry to continue on traffic, but there are some questions I have on that. Access to the site and the consideration of how much control the planning department and council can have to the direction of flow of the traffic. And Whenever I look at this site and seeing where the access into the car park is on the northern end of the building, it would seem logical to me that you wouldn't want flows of traffic crossing each other. What would be better would be a flow went in one way and exited another way without crossing. So my question to you is it possible for us under the planning scheme to consider them having to exit, particularly in a southerly direction along Crown Street, Crown Street, I think. Yes, Crown Street towards Franklin Street? Or is that, and I use the example of what I see in the KFC at Kings Meadows, that it says it's a left turn out on that, on Hobart Road, up to a certain hour, 6 or 7 o'clock at night. So is there any control that we under the planning scheme can assess this or not?
Great, thanks, Councillor Harris. Yep, no, that's no stress. Thanks, Ian.
Look, no, the short answer is no. There might be some capacity if our engineers and our traffic experts thought it was reasonable. In this instance, that's not the case. Probably should be noted that council are the road authority within that area. So there might be ability down the track as they do implement different traffic requirements around the city, but in this instance, it was not required.
Thank you. So I guess that part of the problem we have as planners, or sitting as a planning committee here today, is we don't really know what's going to happen in 12 months' time of operation. But by the sound of it, you've said that it could be reviewed should we find that in fact there needs to be some adjustment to that, which is good to hear. And secondly, for the residents of what I'll call Crown Street North, a street that to me really should have a residents-only sign at the start of it, off Twining Street, so that we don't see traffic try to take the shortcut through that. Really, regardless of whatever people enter that whole area for, is it possible to have a sign as part of this DA, or if not part of this DA, perhaps on application through the council by the residents, so that in fact residential traffic doesn't head straight up Crown Street if it should come out of the car park and choose to turn right, rather than, as we hope, most would turn left.
Thanks, Councillor Harris.
Dealing with the traffic at a junction remote to this application shouldn't be considered as part of this application unless there's some evidence that that's necessary. In the future, council can modify traffic arrangements through its powers under the road authority at some point if that becomes necessary. But that's not something that we could realistically condition as part of this application.
Excellent. Any further questions before we get to speaking? Councillor Pentridge. Okay, Your Honour. Okay, we'll get to speaking then. The mover, Councillor Palmer, and the deputy as the seconder, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor. Just before I start, I would like to thank all those people that spoke for it and against it, not just today, but in the months previous. It has absolutely been on the forefront of all our minds, and we've taken it all into consideration. So before making my decision, Mayor, I wanted to understand both the proposal and the concerns raised by nearby residents. I personally door-knocked the surrounding properties and spoke with many residents. The feedback was mixed. Some supported the proposal, some opposed it, and others simply did not care. The main concern raised was the potential of increased traffic, and I acknowledge and respect those concerns. To better inform myself, I travelled to the existing Keyser Clinic in Hobart this week to see firsthand how the business operates. What I found was not a traditional gym, but a quiet, clinically led rehabilitation facility focused on improving people's health, mobility and quality of life. There are no mirrors, no loud music, no TVs, nothing think one of the speakers referred to that. The environment is calm and professional with tailored strength equipment designed to help people recover from injury, manage chronic conditions, and in many cases, reduce or even avoid the need for surgery. Others have spoken on that today as well. Keyser is staffed by university qualified health professionals, including physiotherapists, exercise physiologists, and exercise scientists. They provide specialised programs for spinal conditions, knee osteoarthritis, post-operative rehabilitation, and physiotherapy-led strength programs. The proposal location is appropriate. It is within a commercial zone. It is not heritage listed. And its proximity to the Launceston General Hospital and other health services make it a logical location for a specialised allied health provider. Importantly, the application complies with the relevant provisions of the planning scheme, including building height, setbacks, lighting, building design, pedestrian access, signage, landscaping, vehicle, motorbike, bicycle parking, construction of parking areas, and disability parking requirements. These all comply. I appreciate the concerns regarding traffic. However, the professional traffic assessment estimates 580 vehicle movements per day, or around 40 movements per hour, which has been assessed as a low impact and in the context of the surrounding road network is appropriate. As a councillor, or as councillors, our responsibility here today is to assess applications on their planning merits. While a number of neighbouring residents have objected, we must also consider the broader community benefit this proposal will provide to hundreds, if not thousands, of community members. This facility will support the health and well-being of many people across our municipality by providing access to specialised rehabilitation and strength training services. It also represents an investment in Launceston's future by supporting the growth of allied health services and creating opportunities to attract and retain skilled professionals such as physiotherapists, exercise physiologists, and exercise scientists. Having listened to the residents, spoken to the residents, visited existing facilities, and considered the planning evidence before us, I am satisfied that the application complies with the planning scheme, is appropriate for its location, and delivers a significant community benefit. For those reasons, I'm pleased to support the recommendation today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Seconder, Deputy Mayor.
Not a lot more to add to what Councillor Palmer said, so I won't spend a lot of time. I acknowledge all the speakers that have come today on both sides of the agenda or the conversation. This is about the third or fourth time I think we've entered into this conversation about the property. I supported it the first time that it came to council, and I see no reason why I won't continue to support it again today. I think there are things that are merits about why this particular development is good. At the end of the day, we're dealing with planning matters. I look at the development from the perspective of living at 158 Bathurst Street back in the 1980s, and AEJAC and the noise and the significant heavy machinery movements up and down Crown Street in that particular period of time. So I think this development is a completely different environment for the people who live in and around Crown Street. So there was a junkyard where buildings are now built, so things do change. The reality of it is all of those discretions that are announced in there, 1, 2, 3, 5 of them, performance criteria, the all uses, it's a commercial use, it fits the Launceston Principal Activity Centre precinct area, it's in the health precinct effectively, so it fits very nicely for that sort of the signs with the other issues that need to be dealt with, similar signs to what currently there. They don't orient towards residential buildings. Their illumination is appropriate and they don't flash, they just are single signs. The pedestrian accesses are more in and around the car parking areas, and I think that because a lot of car parking is enclosed within the building, I think you can move through those processes because it's not going to be large movements of cars through that process. And the traffic management, which is the critical element of it. been through a traffic assessment the second time, which has actually reduced the amount of traffic movements. It's been assessed by our planners. It's been reviewed by our engineering teams. So it's been through the tests that it needs to go through. We're not professionals. We're sitting here trying to apply the provisions of the Act to the decisions that we're making here today. I appreciate often in these situations people go away disappointed with what we actually come up with. That's the reason why they're here, because they're not generally accepted by everybody in the process. But on all of the evidence that's been provided today by our planners, through the assessment process, through the conversations they've had with the developers, I don't believe there is anything here that says that we should not support this today.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Opening up for contributions, I've got Councillor Britton.
Thank you very much. I won't take up too much time myself. I'm only here to say that this is quite a hard day for myself. It's probably the first time I've had to make a decision that actually directly impacts people I've known for a very long time. To all of those representatives, I'd like to say I do hear and appreciate your concerns, and thank you for coming in today. There's obviously no doubt that this is going to impact these people, the extent which is clearly debatable, hence why this development has come to essentially a fourth meeting. I do, however, stand to vote in favour of this development today. We sit as a planning authority, and with the available planning information and reports that have been made available to us, I have to say it does pass the scheme. I hear comments regarding the validity of reports and information supplied. I cannot stand here today and undermine the process and the professionals, both inside and outside the council, that put these reports together. This table is not the place to argue the validity of the reports and the information that we are given. This process and our position requires us to consider what is put in front of us as fact and use that information to make our decisions. As such, I cannot condemn the council to fight a losing battle and subsequently cost the wider ratepayer base money doing so. Again, I do appreciate the concerns raised and trust and hope that this becomes both a positive and harmonious development for Launceston in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. I've got Councillor Harris, then Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. My fellow councillors have said most of it, and I won't hold it back. I will be supporting this matter today. As I said, and others have said, we sit as a planning authority, and it is that cap that we have to wear when assessing this application. I have had need to have various physio exercise during my lifetime, and it is certainly something very different to that you do in a gym. And so for those who fear it will become a gym, it will not be, as Councillor Palmer has done his research on that, and also we've heard from the operators. And thankfully, I feel that council should be fine, because the great unknown is we don't really know. We don't really know whether there's going to be 580 car movements, whether there's going to be traffic jams as one lot are still in class and the next lot try to arrive. However, we do have some means to help to resolve that outside of the planning scheme. We know under the planning scheme we don't. And so I am satisfied that this development should be approved and that we have the mechanisms, should we need to make adjustments in the future, the council can make those adjustments to make the flow of the traffic, if that becomes an issue, work better. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. And whilst it might have seemed that I was being a little bit perhaps adversarial in speaking to the council officers, it's only to clarify what questions have been coming from the floor, I suppose, and sometimes things do have to be clarified. I will be supporting this development application today. I think everyone hears the concerns, and quite rightly so too. People speak about wanting to see the building used. Of course, we would expect that the building is going to be used for something at some stage, but we can't predetermine what that use will be. I'm sure some people would think, well, this would make great housing. It no doubt would, but that's not the use that has been chosen, and that's not what we're here to speak about today. some people like to say this is in a health precinct. There's no such thing as a health precinct. There's a hospital just across the road, 6 lanes of traffic, I might add, but nonetheless, a health precinct doesn't exist in our planning scheme. And again, with heritage, and that's why I asked those questions, it is not a consideration of this decision today. The particular benefits of physiotherapy might be wonderful, but that's not a consideration of the planning scheme today. So that list can go on and on. As a councillor, people might know that I, do occasionally object to certain development applications. In this case, I don't see any hope that an objection to this development application would be successful. That is exactly why I asked the question about its particular use and how that has been assessed. I can understand people querying the data when it comes to traffic and being concerned, being worried that this might not be accurate. In response to that, I suppose all I can say is and I too live in inner city Launceston, and I too have seen increases in traffic in my particular area in South Launceston. And I'm not enamoured by it either. But nonetheless, that's where I choose to live. You have a road on one side that has 50,000, maybe more, car movements a day, and you have Margaret Street on the other that has a lot of traffic movements too. But I cannot see anything in the planning scheme at this stage that would preclude this development application succeeding at a tribunal. Having said all that, I think there is a lot that the council can do in this situation. We do recognise that this is an area that has significant heritage value. It is not a precinct at the moment, and if it was, that might change the outcome here. But nonetheless, there are houses that are on the Tasmanian Register adjacent to this building. There is quite a number of properties in this area that are on the Tasmanian Register. I do not see why we cannot encourage the developer to have a left-in, left-out model when it comes to their building. This would be a simple way of reducing the impact of this traffic movement. It means every car that comes to that building will not pass the same way that when they leave as they arrived. That would be a very simple way of minimising the impact of traffic. I can also see, and it has been suggested, that parking could be in future where the Taswater retention basin is. But that's, again, not something for today. But I do see there's a role for the developer and for council to work together. It could be signage. I would really like to see that, and I've spoken to the planners about that and whether a note can be included with this approval, if it is to be approved today, and what that note might look like to the developer to encourage people when they leave this building to turn left, heading towards Franklin Street and making decisions about how they go from there, rather than entering back towards Twining Street, back towards, back along Crown Street, and therefore essentially doubling the traffic numbers that use that particular intersection. So I'll just finish by asking the planners what that note may look like in regards to messaging to the development, and while I know that is not enforceable and that's been very clearly discussed, it would be something that I think is a small change that would make a significant difference. So, thank you.
Councillor Walker?
Look, a potential note on the permit could read, Council encourages the proponent to install directional signage, encouraging drivers to turn south along Crown Street when exiting the facility.
Great. Thank you. Any further contributions? Councillor Kai?
I'd like to say thank you to all the speakers for coming in today. This has been a very difficult DA, as we've heard it 4 times we've been here. Christmas Eve, I think, was the very first one that we came to. And yeah, like, I have to agree with Councillor Walker. There is a lot of things on here that we can't object to because unfortunately, if this was to go to the tribunal, we've got no leg to stand on. But I do understand and I do question how drastically different 2 traffic reports can come back to, with practically halving the traffic movement. So in that sense, I'm still trying to get through to myself, would one be wrong, one be right? And how come council didn't pick up the one that was wrong in the first place with the 1,200 car movement? So there's still a lot going through my mind, and I do understand the community or the surrounding residents who will have a loss of amenity in that area, even if it's not the heritage amenities itself, but the traffic and the noise and all that as well, with the traffic's going through. And there are concerns. I am concerned with the Twiney Street, up Twiney Street being a 2-way street, and there's still parking on-street parking as well. And looking at that street, personally, I feel that but if the traffic engineer said it meets, then it meets. But personally, I felt the street itself is a bit too narrow to have 2-way street plus the parking as well. So hopefully the developers could do something with the in and outs of the streets there. But like I said, unfortunately, we don't really have much of a choice but to support this today, and I'll leave it at that. I'll be supporting this development. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kai. Further contributions? Councillor Pentridge?
I was hoping I could address my colleagues more so than everyone else. I think this whole performance has been handled pretty badly by both the developer and the residents. Having not been as literate as my colleagues here, I have all this stuff written to me, read to me repeatedly. I can't see that the residents have come up with a solution. I mean, for example, double glazing. And I'm not going to continue on. It is election time, so everyone wants to be heard, except me. Yeah, I'm sorry for the developers. I'm sorry for the residents. They have done a beautiful job of that area. But then I think we've got a pretty outstanding developer in Mr. Nicholas. And I don't think that he builds too many shabby places. We're in a lot of trouble if the builder doesn't come up to the mark, because he's involved pretty heavily with us too. So I'm suggesting, and that's what I'm trying to address, this has been handled pretty badly. It's gone on for a long time. There's been plenty of opportunities where all the parties could have got together and stopped wasting our time. But still, it didn't happen. I'm hoping they've learned something from my comments. Let's get on with it. Like I said, I'm just trying to address my colleagues. I'll be supporting it. I initially wasn't as keen because I felt for the residents of that area and the hard work they put into their cottages and things. But I think, in all fairness, I've seen nothing in this paperwork that warrants, except that we've got 2 groups of people. And we're here, unfortunately, to have to make a decision. So, to our developer and our builder, you better do a good job, because next time we might be looking at it in a different light. Best of luck.
Councillor Pentridge? Councillor Palmer to close.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to thank my fellow councillors and all those speakers once again today and in the months in the lead up to this decision today. And once again, I hope everyone supports it. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Palmer. Okay, putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? Those against? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Thank you, councillors, and thank you those representatives and speakers. We'll move to 11.2 now, which is the local heritage places. We might just have a 5-minute comfort break, just as the chamber moves out. So if anybody needs any amenities, we'll convene back at 2:15. So as we're still sitting as Planning Authority, we go through the agenda item 11.2. I don't have any noted public speakers. Great, okay. Excellent. Well, before we get to the recommendation, I will open up to the floor then. And just name, oh yeah, there you go. Daniel? David. Excellent. It's just been handed to me. Fantastic. Thank you. Mr. Copes.
Hi, so my name's David Lopes. I'm just speaking on behalf of my mother, owner of number 2 Wellman Street. That's, I believe, one of these, as I only got this like legitimately yesterday. I think the 35 items on the 11.2 heritage listing, I believe. I can't speak to the other buildings on there. I can only speak to our one. And now I'll just be what I've got here. I only really received the letter with regards to all of this yesterday, so I haven't had much time. Apart from that, we strongly disagree with the fact that it should be listed as a heritage building. The property itself, I did take a look at the item notice just before. They're going on about it being built in the 1920s, I believe. That would be number 2A, the unit. All the rest is an extension done in the 1955 plus, so it's less than 70-something years old. When it gets to that, I'm still trying to understand what they're after with regards to what's actually heritage in it. I mean, like, it's less than 75 years old. They're saying something about it being a aged care facility. It hasn't been that for probably more than 30 years. So, more than 30 years? So, with regards to what they're actually asking and stating there, the simple fact of it being a unit dwelling, it's transformed from what this is stating, as it being an aged care facility. It has had multiple amenities redone, fixed, and all that one, and everything like that since we've owned it even. And if we're going on to the fact, even if it does go through as a heritage, then we have the expense cost that's going to be involved in that one. My understanding, I admit, with regards to heritage is limited. But from what I know, we're supposed to upkeep building in a certain facility using certain materials and built in a certain way. It's just well outside of our budgets to be able to supply that if that's what you guys are after. It's not going to be feasible or possible. We wouldn't be able to resell the place, obviously, unless we were very, very lucky to find someone that would want a heritage listed item like that, especially as it's used for units, nothing else. And just the value lost to us would be extraordinary at this stage. So, again, my whole thing with all this is I'm not quite sure what the purpose is for all of this. I get you guys want the heritage listing things, but I just can't fathom something done in the 1950s and being used as an aged care facility as having significant historical relevance to this one here when there is a lot of buildings in Launceston that are older than 1950s. So, yeah, look, I don't know what else to say for you guys.
Great, excellent. No, thank you, David. And I want to assure you that the councillors have heard some of those questions, and while you might not be able to ask them directly, I'd like to feel that some of those concerns very well might be addressed on your behalf. Great, thank you. There being no other speakers, we'll move to the recommendation as published. So somebody please to move the recommendation as published. I've got Councillor Walker as the mover, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. We'll start with questions. I'll start with the mover and the seconder. Any questions to start with? Any questions, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, just I guess given the commentary that's just been made there, obviously we've got a number of other houses on that list that we're looking at. Given the process doesn't conclude here, there's an advertising period, there's an opportunity, I assume, for the resident to actually put in an objection to that heritage listing in the next 28 days when we lodge it. Is that correct?
Thanks, Deputy.
Yeah, look, if it is initiated today, within a couple of weeks, it will be formally exhibited for 28 days. That's when all landowners will be notified and have the ability to make formal representation. Those representations will then be considered at a further council meeting, which will then proceed to the Tasmanian Planning Commission.
And a supplementary question, just because these are all listed together doesn't mean we have to put them all together. We can extract houses out of there if we determine that that's appropriate.
We can modify, in response to the representations, the council has to assess each representation and consider the merits of each representation. If a representation was made that convinces council that a property shouldn't be heritage listed, it would be appropriate for the council to make a conclusion of that nature and recommend that to the commission.
So
one house, if that was the view of council, wouldn't derail the amendment.
Great, excellent. I've got a question, Councillor McMahon, then Councillor Britton.
Thank you. Are we able to clarify why number 2 Wellman Street has been identified as having heritage value, please?
Great, thanks, Councillor McMahon.
As outlined in the data sheet attached, 2 Wellman Street is of heritage significance for its ability to demonstrate the principal characteristics of an interwar bungalow with fine Art Deco features built in 1926. The 100-year-old property also includes sympathetic 1955 additions from its conversion from the Presbyterian Aged Care People's Home, which operated from the 1950s to the 1970s. It is also highly significant as one of a group of dwellings constructed by well-known Launceston builder William Bowen. During a major phase of Launceston's development, the unique and distinctive property also makes a significant contribution to the overall streetscape of Wellman Street.
Thank you. Councillor Britton.
Thank you. Can I just get some clarification of where we gather, or who gave us the information as to which houses should be on this register and which houses shouldn't be?
Councillor Britton. Which report was it? Paul Davis.
So the 35 properties were chosen because they were identified and assessed based on the master list prepared from the Launceston Heritage Study by Paul Davies and are considered strong candidates for local heritage listing. The selected properties are located in the city and surrounding suburbs. Listing these places ensures the heritage values are recognised and considered into the future. They also, this batch, are generally located on major streets that are visible from the road and make a noticeable contribution to the streetscape. Together, these places represent Victorian-era Federation and interwar buildings.
Right. Thank you. Further question, Councillor Britton?
Can I just get some clarification maybe for those listening? When was that report put together?
The Paul Davies study was written in 2007 and continues to be reviewed by myself as the Heritage Officer and the planners.
Thank you. Any further questions before we get to speaking? A question, Councillor Kai?
Yes, so the question I have is, if we approve this today to initiate this and then representations come in, what are the chances, if they don't want to be listed, that they won't be listed?
We assess any representations on their merits, Councillor Kai, so it will depend on the content of the representation received, and then it will be an assessment made by the officers at the time.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Harris?
Thanks, Mayor. Just so that perhaps everyone who might be listening to understand the process, what we're doing here today is to pick out these 35 properties to send them forward. There was over 1,000 on that list, I believe, put together by Paul Davies. We're also here to remove 3 properties, interestingly enough, because they have since been, or 2 of them have been demolished, and the other one is now deemed unsavable, I guess you would say, at Bedford Street. So I was just curious to understand the process that will follow from this. If you can just briefly explain that with timelines, so that anyone who may be listing, or in fact more importantly, someone who may be an owner but absent, and others may be able to tell them what is going on. Because my fear is that it's summer in Europe, Someone could own one of these properties, not see the letter that has come out, not know to come back and raise the issue, and then find they come back from their European vacation to find their house has been listed. And as our Speaker David felt, listing his house was to his detriment. Personally, I don't see that, but everyone's entitled to their opinion. So just to understand the process.
Thanks. Councillor Harris?
So from here, if initiated today, it will be advertised for 28 days. During that time, we'll receive any representation and potential discussion with the 35 landowners. From there, it will come back to another meeting where council will consider another report and the recommendations. There may be opportunity if there's supporting information from a representative to agree and I guess make a recommendation to remove, but ultimately it goes to the Tasmanian Planning Commission. So what that means is if it's initiated today, it will proceed to the Commission eventually to make a decision. They will hold hearings if there are representations. That's post the advertising period.
So to follow that up, should a property owner contact us in this 28 days and not want his property listed, that would be very much considered by both the officers and I guess us as a council in a future meeting before we send it off to the Planning Commission.
If a property owner doesn't want their property listed, they would need to make a representation which is considered on its merits. Writing in merely to say, I don't want my property listed, would not carry much weight in the assessment. So if we were speaking to a property owner to advise them how to respond, they would need to put forward some evidence of that the property isn't heritage worthy or some other compelling reason why it shouldn't go forward to be listed, because that is more likely to have weight in consideration.
Thank you. Further question, Councillor Britton.
Just one more. Regarding heritage lists and properties that go on, since 2007, have we used any other mechanism or any other person or done any other report and added more heritage buildings or addresses to that list? Or do we just generally run off Paul Davey?
Great. Thank you, Councillor Britton.
The answer to that is yes. So whilst the council have made arguably fairly slow progress on initiating the Paul Davies recommendations, we have made some progress, and there was quite a considerable amount of work done possibly 5 years ago with an external consultant, Gail Plunkett, and we added and revised the lists at that time. So there has been a revision of the lists and additional properties have been added, and I understand additional precincts have been added to the list beyond what Paul Davies originally recommended.
Great answer. Thank you. Any further questions before we go into speaking? Okay, Councillor Walker as the mover.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may begin through you to just address the representative today, just to begin with. Of course, I can understand people's concern if their house is being listed and they don't particularly feel as though their property may be worthy of such a recognition, or they may feel that it is an encumbrance to the ownership of that property. I too own a house that was identified by Paul Davies, Professor Paul Davies, so I understand some of that concern. But we also have to understand that Launceston City has a concern with our built heritage, and the identification of that in your property is open to be challenged, and that is the process that will take place. Does it devalue your property? To some people it may do, to some people it might raise the value of your property. If your property was demolished and a new property was built there, would it affect that end of Wellman Street? Probably so. But I can understand your concern, and I think that leads me to the most important point here. And I begin by saying this is a momentous day in terms of built heritage in Launceston for this council. But if there are concerns, I think Launceston Council has to have the ability for the bellows to open and close, for us to be flexible in our approach towards this. It has to be a community conversation about what is important to Launceston as well as to the homeowner. That's going to mean in some cases in the future, it may be just a garden in someone's property or a tree in someone's property that is listed, or the facade of the house, not the whole house. It may be the whole property. That may be sometimes the most rational and simple thing to do. But we have to accept that we won't be getting it perfectly right every time. And there may be extenuating circumstances where someone can say, actually, that's not quite what it appears to be. I would say in the case of 2 Wellman Street, it does exhibit very many attributes of an interwar bungalow built in the 1920s. It has historical significance and it fits, by and large, the nature of that area. Although, of course, across the road you've got some extremely old colonial properties, Georgian properties on the hill there. Nonetheless, this is the start of a process that I personally believe perhaps should have happened a long time ago. It has been around 20 years since Paul Davies did that list. And while that list is not exhaustive, it may not be perfect, it is a starting place that was commissioned by this council, a report that was accepted by this council, and yet very little or not enough has happened since that time. We pride ourselves on our built heritage. Indeed, people from around the country and around the world admire our built heritage. The contiguous nature of our heritage, our built heritage, is something that we should all be proud of. And indeed we are. But so often we take it for granted. And the longer you're here, the more you do take it for granted. You drive past an 1840s Georgian cottage and you just accept that that's part of Launceston. You don't realise that that is something unique in Australia. That is something extremely valuable and precious that can't really be replicated. You ask any modern builder if they've worked on a heritage property and they'll tell you the amount of work that goes into it. They cannot replicate that, or if they do, it's going to cost an exorbitant amount of money. And that's not essentially what this is about. It's not about money, but it is about us celebrating our heritage, our culture. This is us. This is who we are. This is Launceston. And Launceston Council has a duty. Unless you're prepared to say nothing is protected, knock it down, do what you like, then we have a duty to identify these as we go along and to build a rich catalogue of our built heritage for future reference for people to admire and enjoy. And I would say most people who own houses on this list, they own those houses because they do admire and enjoy their heritage property. So just getting my computer back to life. But there are a couple of properties there that are also recommended for removal. I think that the first two actually refer to very much the same site, a empty block at the top of George Street. Of course, we had the example of another house in George Street that got knocked down recently. A short extension, if I may. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Moved by Councillor Walker, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Oh, you can't move your own? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harris. All those in favour? All councillors present? The motion is carried to...
Thank you very much, Chair, and I will try and make the rest brief. We have had examples recently of houses on that list that have been demolished, and that is a pity. We still have other properties like 52 Franklin Street, opposite the hospital, that was just demolished and is still on the list. It is still a heritage listed property in our local provisions. So you can find examples all over the shop, and we have to become more consistent with our approach. I think there is a social contract here. There's a duty of care here that when you own a heritage property, you are part of the broader community's appreciation. And I think by and large most people are in that category. But if there are examples where people feel as though that is not applicable to them, there is a process, a democratic process where that can be addressed. Now, the people around this table, myself included, I don't presume have gone out and had a look at every one of these houses, so we don't have a strong opinion whether your house should or shouldn't be on the list. We trust our public officers to make those assessments. And then we take that and we put it in a code as part of the local Launceston provisions for our statewide planning scheme, and we say to the world, this is Launceston, this is who we are, this is our history, but it's also our present. And in that way, we celebrate what is special and unique about Launceston and share that with the world. So I congratulate the officers for moving this forward. I won't speak about 8 Bedford Street, but I acknowledge that it is on the list. And I think most people in Launceston may be familiar with the particular property, and I wholeheartedly endorse its removal from the list as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Deputy Mayor is the seconder.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Walker, for your impassioned conversation. I agree this is a seminal moment. Launceston is Australia's 3rd oldest city, and it's got one of the best known heritage-built areas in the country, and well regarded, and a lot of people visit it for its built heritage. Therefore, for us to not protect it would be almost a criminal act, I think. So I believe going forward with this, and again, I've been on council for 15 years now, report that she'll no longer have a name, being often referred to over the last 15 years, and often in the context of developments where people have come in and said, oh, you know, we've had objections to places, oh, this was on Paul Davies' list, yet it's no longer there. So there are a number of examples of properties over the last 15 years that I've been here that have no longer exist, that were referenced to me through objections and appeals, where the Paul Davies report said this was heritage listed, yet you're allowing somebody to knock it down or to significantly change it. This is a day where we're starting to move forward to protect those that are still there on that list. I think that's important for Launceston if we wish to retain that status that we've got as being one of the, or the most heritage intact city in Australia. So to me, this is not a maybe must. It's a must. It's a must. We do this now. For those that see their properties appearing on these lists, as eloquently outlined by the officers, this will be in the next 14 days listed in the paper, which will give 28 days for people to submit why their property shouldn't be. If they see that as be the case, they shouldn't be on that list. They need to represent on the basis of the facts of what they think and the reasons why it shouldn't be. We will then be presented with a report that says this is what we want to take forward to the Planning Commission to be listed on our local heritage list, which will then go to the Planning Authority, assuming we pass that, which may extract some properties who argue reasonably that they shouldn't be there. Even if they don't argue successfully, it still goes to the Planning Commission, who will then assess it and may hold hearings. So there are a number of layers to this process. But if we don't start it now, we will see more of these places disappear over time, which I think would be a real pity for Launceston.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Britton and Councillor Harris.
Thank you very much. And I don't take heritage lightly. I speak to a lot of people who visit this city, and countless numbers of those people say that they love the heritage. It's one of the main reasons they come to the city. My mother could tell you our family tree back to like Egypt. I don't discredit any of it. Why sometimes I do get frustrated with heritage, and I am going to use 2 Wellman Street as an example and probably potentially disagree, and I am going to read this out. The place is considered to be significant for those associated with the Presbyterian Aged People's Home and the wider Launceston Presbyterian community. Now, at risk of offending anybody, anyone who used that as an aged care home has either broken the record or is no longer here. And I understand how that can be very easily put in a report, but when that comes, I just find that just this sweeping statement, and then you find a resident and a homeowner who's going to be affected by that was written down 20 years ago. Personally, when I look at the photo, which is on page 4, attachment 3, instrument data sheet, it's got a 4 or 5 foot fence with bushes out the front, a corrugated iron green roof that looks like it's been replaced in the last 10 or 15 years. Fair enough, it's on a list that was written 20 years ago. Is that going too far? In my opinion, yes it is. It does not have, you can't, anyway, irrespective of that, and that's why this, that's what this is today. We are beginning this process, and it's up to the residents and the owners of those properties to come forth and argue the point as to whether or not it should be on there or not. I guess I'm only really standing up to say that I do think at times, sometimes heritage can go too far. That's not to say I don't respect heritage. You even look at the Birchall's building itself. There's a fireplace inside there that 35 people have seen in the last 10 years, and also the internal pillars that only add millions of dollars to us being able to develop and turn it into, you know, what it will become. So I just, yeah, I hope moving forward with all of this that we find a way to meaningfully keep heritage in our city, as we have done and as important as it is to us, but we cannot just paint everything with this heritage brush. We need to be careful along today. And I will be supporting this today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I may just start with a couple of questions that has been raised by the previous speakers in their summaries. First question, a house doesn't have to be 100 years old. Is that correct?
Yes, is the answer to that. Yeah.
Yes. So a 1960s built architecturally designed home could in fact be heritage listed. So really the age of it has no relevance other than it's a good example of it. The other question I have, normally when a property is heritage listed, the internal fittings of it are able to be changed. Although Councillor Britton did mention the fireplace in Birchall's, which made me wonder about the internal fittings of what was the Presbyterian homes to the age in the 1950s. Are they to be preserved as an example of that post-war aged care, or is in fact the owner of the property able to do what he likes with the internals on this particular one for listing? And I say that while using that as the example, but for other people who may be listing because either their property is on there or in fact their property could be listed next time as well.
It's not entirely clear-cut, but generally speaking, internal fixtures and fittings are not part of a local heritage list under the planning scheme. To the extent that chimneys are supported by chimney breasts and other things, that there is some complexity around structural elements internally that support external elements. So there is a little bit of complexity in it, but generally speaking, internal fixtures and fittings would not be part of a local heritage listing. Those things are addressed at a state level, but not generally at a local level.
Thank you. And this final one is just in the process. It seems like the listing of the properties in the newspaper is in fact the most prominent way of advertising that to the community. Unfortunately, despite our Examiner representative here today, less than 10% of the people probably read the newspaper regularly now, and it is something that is concerning. So I understand each of the property's owners were sent a letter back in June. Is that correct? Nod will do it, yeah. Thank you. So they have been advised via letter individually, as well as it will be listed in the Examiner for someone who may not have read their mail or otherwise. But once again, as others have said, this is the start of what is a long process for the city. We do have a lot of heritage homes particularly, and in fact, homes that are great examples of particular parts of architecture. And that's the great part about Launceston. You could have a Edwardian home next door to something that was built in the 1930s, next door to something that was built in the 2000s. And they work together as a community or a neighbourhood. And as such, that is what people come to see that visit Alex's restaurant. It is how the whole works together. And so whilst we won't be listing every house in Launceston, I think over the future we will see many more listed other than these 35. They probably aren't the only 35 that could have been listed, but I think like everything it is a digestible size for us to start with, and I look forward to seeing others being added to this. But I do encourage anyone who might see a property on there to make sure that the property owner is aware that they also, as Mr Hopes has done, is bring it to our attention, and so that the true benefits of listing it can be explained, but also the downfalls, if there are any as well. But I'll be supporting today.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Any further contributions? Councillor Kai.
Thank you. I've got a lot in my head and nothing written down, so just let me process. I think this is a great start. Maybe it should have been done 20 years ago, but we're a bit late here now. And moving forward, I think Paul Davies' report has got a significant amount of information in there that we all should be using. As our speaker today, thank you for speaking today. Our speaker said, it doesn't mean that renovations or maintenance are going to be more expensive. There are actually grants and funding out there to renovate for a heritage listed property. Council ourselves actually, do we still have the grant? I think we still have the grant funding where you can apply to do renovation to your property, and the grants are up to $5,000. I think it was $5,000 where, correct me, is our grant still going? Yeah, and not just council, but also state government also has grants and fundings for anyone who has heritage properties that they would like to maintain and renovate. So money-wise is probably not quite the issue. Let me just think, sorry. Okay, back to Launceston being the third oldest city. I think when we talk about tourism, people coming over to look at the place, Hawthorn will be finished at the end of next year. The Bogues have, Bury has gone. There was something else that Launceston is losing, but there is something that we have that not all of Australia have, which is our old built heritage. And I feel like we need to focus more on using that as a channel to bring people over or to bring people to Launceston to see what we have that no one else has. And to be able to do that, we need to protect these old buildings, these heritage assets that we have before they're actually gone. So, for example, the three properties that has been removed, I think I could say a lot of people were very upset with that, but there was nothing we could do because it wasn't listed. So we don't want any more properties to go down the same track as those three properties. And for that, I urge my councillor colleagues to support this so that we can initiate with these 35 properties. And like if anyone disagrees and feel that their property shouldn't be on there, you've got 28 days to write to council to have it reassessed. And from there, I feel like we need to move forward and have this completed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kai. Further contributions? Councillor Walker to close.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for all the contributions. I think that everyone understands that heritage is not just 1850s Georgian cottages in Launceston. Of course, it was quite a few years ago now that the Tasmanian Heritage Council moved to list Henty House on their listing. I'm not sure if it ever made it there or not. It caused quite a controversy at the time, brutalist architecture as it is. But nonetheless, part of it's not just about protecting, preserving the house. It's sometimes about the streetscape and preserving the larger area. We have an example in our local provisions of the Cemetery Street precinct where you've got co-joined houses but you've also got the Mitre 10 across the road. That is part of that precinct. And that's because if anyone does decide to knock that down and build something, it has to have some relationship and empathy with the heritage in that area. So, you know, it's a complex area. I don't think anyone would deny that. I'm all ears when it comes to, you know, people having strong feelings that their place should or shouldn't be on the list, and we will have those conversations. But let's get that dialogue going. Let's talk about it as a community and accept that we won't always get it right. We're not going to be perfect about this, but if we value anything about our culture at all, then this has to be it, because this is who we are. I suppose I said that when I opened, but if we don't value it, then I start to wonder, well, what is the goal of, culturally, our society? What are we trying to achieve if we cannot preserve and celebrate this most visible aspect of who we are, where we've come from, and as people have said, you know, something that's very appealing to others. I can understand people feeling, it's my private property, I can do what I like, but you can't do what you like. And you can do certain things and you can't do other things. In this case, council does have the legislated right to move forward and make these listings, and that can be argued in a tribunal or at the commission, that sort of thing. I hope it doesn't come to that. I hope that, as I say, we can have that community conversation, we can develop that community conversation and find a way forward together. And I only think it's going to be people who don't have a listing on, you know, what normally people would consider something of heritage value, and see it as an opportunity to make a quick buck, that are going to be the ones that, you know, perhaps, you know, don't agree with this process because they might see an opportunity where other people see heritage and beauty. So let's have that conversation. It's not going to go away, but let's meet it in a positive frame. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Putting it to the vote then. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Council no longer sits as a planning authority, so we move through the agenda through 12 announcements by the Mayor. 12.1, they are published monthly as a part of this agenda. Looking at councillor reports now at 13, starting with Councillor Kai.
Thank you. Okay, it's been a little while, so I've got a lot here. So on the 14th of June, Councillor Priest and I had a wonderful time at the Lilydale Winter Village Market. It was great to catch up with so many members of the community, including Professor George Razay, local producers, local authors, community volunteers, and meeting talented stallholders showcasing a wide range of handmade and locally produced goods. Events like the Lilydale Village Market are a fantastic way to support local businesses, creators, and community organisations while providing an opportunity for people to connect and shop locally. Congratulations to everyone involved in organising this wonderful market, and the next market day is in September, and I highly recommend that everyone go and check it out. On the 18th of June, along with Mayor Garwood, Deputy Mayor Mackenzie, Councillor Priest and Councillor Marston, we attended the official opening of the Welcome Cultural Services redevelopment in Mowbray, and they have a fantastic friendship wall in their beautiful yin-yang garden. The friendship wall is a wonderful symbol of connection, inclusion, and the diverse cultures that enrich our community. It was inspiring to see so many community members, partner organisations, government representatives, and local leaders come together to celebrate this important milestone. Projects like this demonstrates the power of collaboration and the positive outcomes that can be achieved when organisations, volunteers, and the wider community work together towards a shared vision. My congratulations to Mark, Janice, Astrid, and everyone involved in bringing this project to life. Thank you for your warm hospitality and for the important work you do in fostering understanding, belonging, and friendship within our community. It's a wonderful addition to Mowbray. Now, from the 23rd to the 25th of June, Councillors Marston, Priest, Harris, and myself, we went to Canberra for the National General Assembly, where delegates from 538 local councils across Australia come together with one shared purpose: to do the very best we can for the communities that we are privileged to represent. One thing was clear throughout the week: we all shared a commitment to stronger, more resilient communities and a better future for the people we serve. It was a powerful reminder that public service is about the community and its people. There will be a full detailed report available in the coming weeks, so I'll leave the details out. So last Saturday, I had the pleasure to take part in celebrating 20 years of Hawthorn Football Club's partnership with Launceston. The day began at Town Hall, where 25 years of Hawthorn in Launceston exhibition is displayed, and a wonderful opportunity to reflect on the history of this long-standing partnership and a significant contribution AFL has made to our city over the past quarter of a century. From there, Mayor Garwood, Councillor Marsden and I joined Hawthorn Football Club President Hawker and many Hawthorn members, fans and supporters as we gathered for the Hawk Walk to UTAS Stadium. It was fantastic to see so many people come together to celebrate this milestone and positive impact this has on our community. At the UTAS Stadium, we watched the Hawks take on Melbourne. Even though the Hawks didn't win, they did make a great comeback during the last quarter. Major sporting events like these not only bring our community together, but also provide important benefits for local businesses, tourism and our economy. And congratulations to everyone who helped organise this memorable celebration. On Sunday, I was lucky enough to experience the Island Escape Winter Festival in Inverest with my family. The 3-day event was super amazing, including 2 nights of fireworks, or 2 nights with fireworks. It was fantastic to see the precinct buzzing with people enjoying live music, local food, art and everything that makes Tasmanian winter so special. Events like this do so much more than create a great day out. They showcase the best of Launceston, support local businesses, They showcase the best of Launceston, support local businesses, attract visitors from across the state and beyond, and deliver lasting economic benefits for Northern Tasmania. Congratulations to the organisers, volunteers, performers and local businesses who make the festival such a success. I look forward to seeing events like this continue to grow and strengthen our region. On Monday, or this week, it's NAIDOC week. So on Monday, among many of my councillor colleagues, which I lost count of, I attended the NAIDOC flag raising ceremony at the Tasmania Aboriginal Centre, marking the launch of this year's celebration, 50 Years of Deadly. And thank you to Nathan today, who came and did the Welcome to Country. Now, NAIDOC Week is an important opportunity to recognise and celebrate the history, culture and achievements of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people. Thank you to the Tasmania Aboriginal Centre for hosting such a meaningful ceremony, and I encourage everyone to get involved in the many NAIDOC Week events taking place across Launceston, including the Street March tomorrow starting 11 a.m. from the Tasmania Aboriginal Centre. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. Yes, on the 18th of June, because I was with Councillor Kai in Canberra last council meeting, I did deputise for the Mayor at the farewell for the NTDC CEO, Chris Griffin, who has now gone and been replaced by Michael Bailey, the former CEO of the TCCI. So that was a good night to mingle with the other northern councils and congratulate Chris on his efforts over the 3 years. As we said, we have a report coming, hopefully in time for the next council meeting, of what happened at Alga. It certainly was a good week where we had the opportunity to not only talk with other councillors from across the country, but also those from our local area as well. And there was a lot of good collaboration and idea swapping between the local councils. So look forward to some of that becoming reality in the near future. 1st of July was a busy day, Franklin House Committee meeting. Whilst that normally is pretty staid, it is actually a problem because the National Trust has no Northern Properties Manager and also has no Franklin House Manager at the moment. So the committee is really running that particular property. The property, as are all National Trust properties, are closed for the month of July and August for cleaning, and also the time of year there are less visitors. So the National Trust has the job in front of them at the moment. I also attended the Launceston College Association meeting on behalf of Councillor McMahon, and there has been some identified problems with the safety, the road safety of the roads around that, which I have put some wheels in motion, shall we say, to perhaps address some of the association's concerns, particularly about the lack of speed limit, to say that during school times, as every other school has, that perhaps they should be doing 40 kilometres an hour on the road, not 50. I also followed that up by attending the Firmus AI Community Information Night that was held in the city. Whilst we have already approved the Firmus AI, there is of course a future application for Georgetown to consider, as well as one down at Wesley Vale, and many people in the north are interested to understand that. My only advice on that is you should not believe everything you read on the internet, and many of the comments being made about AI centres do not reflect what is being built in Tasmania or proposed to be built by Firmus AI, and people need to do better research on what actually is proposed and why Tasmania, in my opinion, is actually a suitable place for us to build more AI-type centres. And finally, like many others in the room, on Saturday I attended Hawthorn versus Adelaide out at UTAS. There was probably 10,000 or more people. Yes, of course, I put Adelaide, but yes, Melbourne. And in fact, I spoke to quite a few Melbourne supporters who had come over. It was in fact their first game there for roster points, despite the fact that in 25 years that Hawthorn has been playing. I spoke to quite a few people who were there as Melbourne supporters. They seemed to be situated near us, and it was good to see that we had benefited from them. But they, like many others, went to the Island Escape Festival next door, so it was probably just more fortuitous than great planning that the two events were able to not only coexist, but in fact one fed into the other. And certainly on Saturday night there was a very good crowd in attendance for what was the very first event. And I must say congratulations to the Launceston City Council events team in the way that they have bent over backwards to help the promoters of the Island Escape Festival. And it does prove that not only can Hobart do midwinter events, but so can Launceston. And I look forward to future events, whether it's on the Inverest site or elsewhere, that is put on in the Island Escape Festival tradition, to drag, as Councillor Kai said, we need more wintertime tourists at that time of year, and certainly that festival was a great example of it. I believe there was over 4,000 interstate visitors for that festival. That'll do me.
I just think I'll start from the last council meeting, because I think I probably mentioned a number of others, but I had the great pleasure of opening the Hawthorn 25-year exhibition downstairs. I hope they haven't stolen cups, that they've actually gone back to Hawthorn, that they haven't been stolen out of there since I last looked. But yeah, that, you know, go down there, it actually gives a really good history of Hawthorn's time here in Launceston. So I think for the next year we just celebrate the fact that we've had them as long as we have, and enjoy the fact that they've brought a lot to our city, as already mentioned by some of our speakers here today. On the 28th, I did something completely different. I went dancing and singing with the BAPS people, which is a Hindu festival actually about celebration of life and spirituality. It was just an absolute ball. I mean, if you want to have some fun, I didn't have my dance partner in Councillor Palmer with me, but I danced my way up and down Royal Park. It was a lot of fun, and really, and just watching the people, I think a lot of people's mouths are open as they walk up and down. But it was just quite astounding what they do. It's just such a joyous occasion. Had a meeting with the Mayor, with the CEO of Tassie Devils last week as well on the 2nd, just talking about Tassie Devils and how they're going to impact Launceston going forward, and I think making sure they segue in beautifully behind Hawthorn and ensure that that's a success for Launceston as well. And sadly, I also went along to the Hawthorn versus Melbourne game on Saturday. I did the Hawk Walk, Councillor High, even though he didn't mention me. But it was a fantastic day, and regardless of Hawthorn's insipid performance. It was still great for the city. It was great to see Melbourne supporters in and around the precinct, and as I say, that fed into the Island Festival, which I think made for a fantastic weekend for Launceston, which is great to see at this time of year. And like many other councillors, I attended the NAIDOC flag raising ceremony on Monday morning, and another great event that they put on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of weeks ago, I went down to Lilydale, and I'd just like to congratulate Dee and the LDPA team and all the volunteers, plus the Lilydale Football Club, and our team here from the City of Launceston, especially Ali and Matt from the Connections and Livability Department, for getting the crew down there to the footy club with all the machinery to regrade the path around the footy field to make it nice and safe for the 300 or so community members that attended the Winter Solace Lantern Walk. It was wonderful, very well attended. The kids got up there from the local school and did a few songs, and Mayor, you were there, and Michelle and your family, so that was lovely. Black Box Theatre Co, congratulations to the entire cast and crew of The Jagged Little Pill. Jade Howard was an outstanding actress in that for me. Travis and Lockie, well done, I loved it. The Lilydale Market I attended as well, along with Councillor Kai and others. I noticed Councillor Kai was checking out our brand new playground that we had put in there. So you didn't mention that. I saw you there though. Well done. Melbourne versus Hawthorn. What a game. It just shows you, doesn't it, when big clubs come to Launceston, what it brings to our city. And just imagine when the Devils take on Melbourne, or the Devils take on Collingwood, or Devils take on Western Bulldogs or Essendon, Carlton. It's going to be an absolutely amazing city of ours to just keep growing upon. The Island Escape Festival. Wow, that was awesome. What an economical boost it is for our city. And if that's something to look at for the future, this city is going to be buzzing and buzzing and buzzing. Our family loved it. Thank you.
To 14, questions by councillors. 14.1, we've got questions on notice by councillors, which are responded to and published as a part of the agenda. Do we have any questions without notice at 14.2? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I note with interest the reply to my last question in regards to the costs and the removal costs for 62 Gorge Road in Trevellyn. I asked why there was a difference between the $64,000 that was quoted to councillors when we made a decision to approve that, albeit with an amended expression of interest, and the $80,000 that was later touted as the actual cost. And the answer was extending the EOI process contributed to the increased costing. And then works are likely now to occur during school term, adding $10,000 in traffic management. Can we understand why doing this during school hours makes any difference, whether there's one car on the road or 100 cars on the road?
Sure. Thanks, Councillor Walker. Take it on notice.
Take it on notice, thank you. Also says that the revised quote represents a necessary risk-managed adjustment. And it also says the inclusion of additional salvage requirements. Does that mean that we weren't going to salvage materials prior to this reassessment?
I'll take that on notice.
Take it on notice, thank you very much. This also infers that we were going to be doing it this school holidays, demolishing this property. If it is the case that indeed it will cost more during school term, why is it that we can't wait until the next school holiday?
Fair question. Thank you. Take it on notice.
Thank you. Now that it's at a costing of $80,000, why cannot this council consider other more cost-effective solutions in the process going forward? I mean, what I'm asking there is we were considering this and making a decision based on a costing of $64,000. Surely that equation has changed and therefore the councillor's approach may be different.
Okay, Councillor Walker.
So, I'm asking, does it need now a new approval process, I suppose?
Right, we'll take it on notice.
All right,
yes,
and finally,
council officers are working on the resolution that has been passed by Councillor
But there
yes,
has
I'll
been
take it on
passed with
notice.
information that's no longer relevant. Thank you. And finally, I will ask now, how can Launceston Council justify during a housing crisis and while espousing the value of heritage properties, the neglect and demolition of a property that also appeared on Professor Paul Davies' Launceston Heritage Survey?
Thanks, Councillor Walker. I'm confident that that's been covered in the report in the numerous times, but I'm happy to take it on notice to put further confirmation in around that
as an
decision.
addendum, I will point out that it wasn't mentioned in the report that came to this council originally, that it was listed in the Paul Davies report. So councillors weren't aware of that when they made their decision. Well, considering that this process may happen at any time, and I'm not to know when this demolition might occur, I would like to move a notice of motion from the floor, to halt the demolition of 62 Gorge Road, Trevelyan, and I'll provide you with a written copy of that.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. And just no, yeah. It really does have to be identified as something that is in the scope of the agenda. I do note your reference to that there are references to heritage and precincts, so I'm fine to test this on the floor. I'm going to accept it on the floor, and I have a view around what that might look like. So that has been moved, and I'm going to accept that. Do we have anybody to second that we hold?
I would have to have it read out.
Okay.
I'll read it.
Yeah, I'll let you read it out. You can take carriage.
Can I ask a question before we move that motion?
Well, we don't know what the motion is yet, so that was fair, Councillor Walker. I'm just saying that I'm accepting. I'm not accepting that the motion is going to become a live item, but I will accept the ability for it to be read.
Thank you very much. It is, of course, the Mayor's discretion whether this motion is put to the table. I move that the Launceston Council halt the demolition of 62 Gorge Road, Trevelyan, pending an assessment of the escalated costs and a review of positive solutions that are possible using the proposed $80,000 spend. I'll read that again. I move that Launceston Council halt the demolition of 62 Gorge Road, Trevelyan, pending an assessment of escalated costs and a review of positive solutions possible using the proposed $80,000 spend.
Okay. Before we get to questions, I'm going to wait to see if this becomes a live agenda item. And somebody... Okay, it's been seconded. So it is a live agenda item, so we'll take questions. Councillor Kai, to start with.
Just a point of order, if I may. I don't believe that we can speak to a notice of motion from the floor as per Local Government Act.
Okay, we'll just double check that through governance. Yep. That's fine. I will say that there was a notice of motion from the floor previous in this term that was very heavily spoken to, so it was allowed in that instance, which I find quite interesting.
I'm more than happy if you allow it. That's at the Chair's discretion. I'm just saying the Local Government Act stipulates that motions from the floor aren't to be spoken to. They're meant to be put to the room.
Cool. Looking for clarification through the CEO.
Thank you, through the Chair. In relation to motions without notice as received from the floor, as has previously occurred, it is in fact at the discretion of the Chair in consultation with the General Manager as to whether it will or will not be accepted, and the Chair has made a ruling that he will accept or permit the motion. We are now at a point under section 23 of the regulations where we either permit the councillor to debate the motion at the meeting or the motion be set aside for the inclusion in the agenda of a later meeting.
Due to the timing issues, I'm happy for this to be debated today. It's live? Yep. Following order of questions, I'll go Councillor Kai and Councillor Palmer.
Okay, so my question is, the demolition cost 64 to 80,000. This question, I'm just wondering, I know that there was the expression of interest that if anybody wants to relocate it, that they can under their own cost. So my question is, could a relocation, could the 64,000 to 80,000 help whoever wants to, because that was the issue, was the cost of it, getting it relocated. So, sorry, let me think. So I'm wondering whether the council could use the 64,000 to 80,000 to help whoever wants to relocate the property. So overall, council will not be spending any more than what has been budgeted. But in a sense, instead of demolishing it, it just helps somebody else relocate it to somewhere that they could do whatever they like with that.
Sure.
Yeah. So
I understand the question.
yeah, you understand. That's good. Thank you.
So just looking for confirmation through the CEO around the budget and the estimate to demolish. Is there the ability to express that to a potential mover and allocate that money to them to help them take away the building?
Thank you through the Chair, and thank you for the question, Councillor Kite. Respectfully, I'm not going to provide any advice in relation to this motion, given Section 65 does extend to myself, and given I wasn't given any prior warning or notice of the motion. To ensure I comply with Section 65, I won't be providing any advice.
Sure.
Right.
Further question?
Just only to that question, what I was trying to say is that council will not be using any more money than what was budgeted, and I just thought in that way we could sort of just help. Yeah, probably. No, that's okay. Thank you.
Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Mayor. Just clarification, if I can, around the $10,000. If we were to it's saying adding an approximate $10,000 in traffic management costs because it's in the school term. If we were to go in the next school holiday, say it's term 3, we'd save ourselves $10,000. Is that correct? Because that would seem pretty logical to wait.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Thank you through the Chair. Without providing too much advice, again, I'm looking down the back of the room. What I would advise Council is we are not dictating the time frame here. We are reliant on the contractor, hence their original time frames, and the time frame changes. So I couldn't say with certainty that yes, because there is no guarantee that the contractor that has been selected through due process could even actually undertake the works within the coming 12 months if we don't capture the window that we have available.
Any further questions? Okay, Councillor Walker to speak.
Thank you, and I will be brief. Thank you, Chair, for allowing this to be discussed. Yeah, quite simply, I suppose Councillor Mackay, through you, Chair, is on the money, if you excuse the pun. It does seem a tad absurd now that Council is going to spend $80,000 to destroy a house during a housing crisis, and I would like to think that this Council and House with Heritage aspects as well. I'd like to think that this council is mature enough to be able to step forward and say, let's find a creative and positive solution here if we can. There is no urgency to remove this house. We're not waiting for it to build anything in its place. And I think $80,000 is a lot of primarily ratepayers' money. And if that number can be reduced, or indeed, if the outcome can be more positive as a result of spending that $80,000, I think that should be encouraged by this table. Thank you.
It's Councillor Walker. Councillor Kai is the seconder.
Yes, so at the moment the motion is to put a hold on the demolition for now. So in the meantime, while it's on hold, I'm wondering whether council could look into whether we could use this money to help somebody relocate it somewhere else so that we don't have to demolish it. And it might even be cheaper than 64,000. So in that sense, council might come out better than what we originally planned. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kai. Any further contributions? Councillor Harris, a question.
Yes, and I'll thank AI for the question. The most critical hurdle for a motion from the floor under Section 65 of the Local Government Act Council cannot make a decision that requires qualified professional or legal advice without a formal report from the General Manager, which is what the General Manager said. So the motion again, can you read it please, so that I can see if the motion is asking for a report from the General Manager or CEO, and if it does not, then in reality we should not be considering the motion. I didn't read it up there, and so it hasn't asked for that as a report. So it is asking for an immediate action by the Council without getting a qualified report. And I think that is a fundamental flaw in what has been proposed. Is that true? To make it a question.
Sure.
Well, we can't be discussing it around the table. Either suspend standing orders or ask your question and be quiet.
Any other contributions? Councillor Harris to speak?
Yeah, well, as I said, because the motion fails to ask for a qualified professional legal advice from the General Manager or CEO, I won't be supporting this motion today. I get the intent of what the Councillor Walker has brought this to, and there is some common sense to that, for sure. But we, I guess, have to be careful in what we support around the table, because we should be asking for a report that says whether there's a better use of the $80,000 from the General Manager or CEO than what's probably put forward. But the motion is as it is. We can choose to amend it to include that. But as it's written at the moment, it probably fails the legal requirements.
All right, just some clarification from the CEO and then Councillor Britton to speak.
Thank you, through the Chair, Mayor, and I think this may sort of allude to some of the budgetary questions before, but I think it's very important to highlight to Council that at our very last Council meeting, only being 2 weeks ago on the 25th of June, Council did unanimously approve the budget amendment to support the demolition of this cottage at a total cost of $80,000.
Yeah, so just for clarification on that as well, that this notice of motion would require a rescinding of the budget because it's a... It's a...
Thank you, through
something that's already
through the Chair, we actually have a decision of this Council to demolish the site.
Yeah.
Point of order, if I may. Can we suspend standing orders in order to have that discussion?
Point of order. I think it was my turn to speak first.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Oh. Yep. Councillor Britton.
Thank you very much. This, in my opinion, has gone on for too long. This is a decrepit house that someone was paid to leave. The council was given a report. It shouldn't be there. Any builder that comes along and tries to fix this house to make it habitable, we're only holding that builder up from going to build another house that could be habitable somewhere else. We have put it out to tender. Nobody wanted to come and get it. Really, in essence, that's the only reason it's gone up in value. The demolition has gone up and increased. Unfortunately, I totally get the intent. I totally understand it, and I want to be a part of as many good stories, feel-good stories as we can, but we also have to sometimes make difficult decisions, and personally, I don't think this is a difficult decision. I think we should just pull the building down and move on with everything else the council has to do, and I vote the motion be put.
Excellent. Somebody to second the motion to be put. Deputy Mayor, all those in favour? Yeah, the motion to be put, yeah. Motion to be put needs to be voted on, yeah. Okay, so that's all councillors present. The motion is put, which means that there's no more talking. And we go just to the vote on the motion as it stands. No more further contributions. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour of the motion. Those against, the motion is failed. Those for were Kai, Pentridge and Walker. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, thank you. We're still in questions without notice. 14.2. Councillor Harris. Oh, wait. I'll work through my order, sorry. I had Councillor Walker, now I've got Deputy Mayor, Councillor Harris, Councillor Palmer.
My question is just in relation to the tragic accident that happened in Melbourne last week, or in Victoria, where a young footballer lost his life through landing on a cricket pitch. And just my concern is, have we done a risk assessment of grounds controlled by the Launceston City Council, City of Launceston, to ensure that our grounds are as safe as they can be?
Great, okay, we'll take that on notice. Thank you. Yep, good question. Councillor Harris, then Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Yes, my question is in regard to road line marking. There's been some activity for that, particularly over here in, that must be Cameron, it must be whatever, past the police station. We've got a new line down the middle of the road that everyone is very pleased about. Consequently, lots of other people have now been saying, what about other areas? And so my question is in regard to line marking, whether that is now able to be undertaken by the City of Launceston rather than waiting for the former Department of State Growth to do it. And if so, is there any way that people or residents can forward their suggestions to put that onto a priority so that the road marking, if we have the capability in-house now, can proceed? Because there are many road markings that are well worn and in fact non-existent in many places, either through patches or through simply wear and tear. Thank you.
Great.
Expect that to go.
Yeah, we'll take that on notice, Councillor Harris, because there is a bigger answer to that as well, and noting the different ownerships and road authorities from state and local government. So thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two questions. West Launceston Bowls Club, if we could have an update on what's happening there.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then also I had a constituent ask me about bins along St Leonard's Road. If we could look at the possibility of installing more bins along St Leonard's Road. Basically, I think it's from Johnson's Road down to the roundabout near the God Squad there. So in between there, I don't think there's any bins, and it's quite a long road. There's quite a bit of activity along there at the moment with everything that's been happening along there. If we can look at that, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Yep, we'll look into it and take it on notice. Yes, it's a state road, but yeah, excellent. Any further questions? Okay, we'll move through. We have no written notices of motion and we have no committee reports identified as a part of this agenda. So we work through to 17, connections and livability, including QVMAG. 17.1, we've got the mobile food vendor policy update. Before we get to the recommendation, Mr Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I see here in the officer's comments it says the intention of this is to provide greater flexibility for mobile food vendors and clarify the application process. So I hope the officers take this in the way it's intended. I'd make some observations having worked under the, all of the on-street trading process, portable signs, front-of-shop modules, on-street dining and food vendors. I noticed, for example, how difficult it can be. This is just to get an on-street application for a footpath sign is a 16-item process just to get a sandwich board. And you don't even get an application form till point 8. And that's been for 10 years now. It shows how difficult it can be. I notice here something strange. Why at Riverbend Park can you only trade between 2 and 10 p.m? I'm not sure. It just misses lunch. I don't know why they do that. But observations of the logistics under this policy, it's been around for about 600 days now. There's still no food vendor procedures as listed as related policies available either over the front counter or online. The booking system, it says currently it's available by Council's website, online it isn't. Permit section 56 under the Vehicle and Traffic Act, I don't know why you direct people to that because that just directs them back to Council. The only thing ever written under 56 is the Council permits.
which is just confusing, certainly for newcomers. It also says in the policy not to receive deliveries while trading. I don't know why you do that. I know stores, chains in Launceston run and take burgers and buns in Holden Commodores from store chain to store chain in the middle of service, so if it keeps an operation going, I don't know why you wouldn't allow it. Level 1, 2 and 3 are the new roadside or operation for open space or occupancy long term. I don't know why you call them level. I'd call them perhaps term because you suggest some graduation that I don't think is there. And the hours of operation are very confusing as they stand. This relates to level 2 vendors. If I look at the hours given for currently Riverbend Park in the guidelines it's 4 vehicles I'm referring to, allowed at any one time, but in the policy it's 2 vehicles. And another inconsistency, well, I'll actually talk about the funding. It's no more than 2 permits per year are allowed under the casual system. I don't know why you limit it, certainly for newbies that want to keep trying, otherwise they have to buy. And I'll just finish, if I may. There's maximum trading of 1 session per day. I don't know why you limit that. 2 days per calendar week. And also the policy and guidelines, as you write, don't match. So level 2 trading is 6 hours in the guidelines, but in the policy, it's limited to 4 hours for those points that aren't so specifically mentioned. So that's a conflict.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Smith. And those queries and concerns have been heard by the table, and we'll look forward to the discussions around this agenda item at 17.1. So we move to the recommendation, which is as published, to revoke and then adopt. Somebody please to move. Councillor Britton has moved. Councillor McMahon has seconded. Now it's live. Any questions? Got questions starting with the Deputy?
Yeah, thank you. I just note on page 58 of our papers where development of the revised policy included consultation with relevant internal business units, including community, place, health and compliance, planning, governance and legal service to ensure the framework aligns with the council operation. Did we also take consultation with the mobile food vendors and fixed businesses as well?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Through the Executive Leader.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. I might have to defer and check on that one. If you recall, this policy was brought back to Council because the intent was to remove the Lilydale Reserve, and I'm not sure at the background prior to that, so we'll have to come back to you on that, unless my colleagues...
Thank you. Councillor Britton.
Thank you. Just a question, and sorry, I'm trying to find the list of all the places. I had it before, but I can't. Just, there is it? No. Well, I'm looking through it. I just look.
That's okay.
The point is, the locations. Some of the locations have in brackets that it requires approval. Requires planning approval. I read in here can we just understand what that means?
Great, thank you.
Pop it down because I'm a little shorty. This is a really good question, and as a part of putting this policy together, I had to learn an awful lot about the legalities of all of these particular matters. Now, all of the preferred locations, which appear in Appendix A of the guidelines, have had planning approval already approved. So in order to be able to enable this policy, the first iteration of it sought planning approval to have mobile food vendors there. Now, the initial iteration of the policy said we will only ever consider mobile food vendors in these locations. This new policy has allowed a little bit more flexibility to say we may consider other locations, for example, City Park, and I know that has been something that has come up. Because that location has got heritage significance to it, there would be a requirement for council to apply for a planning permit to allow that. So that planning application is not going to go to vendors. It would be something that council would need to seek planning permission for to be compliant. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
So if you wanted to get one in particular in Riverbend Park that has that next to it, what say I stole burgers out of a food van and wanted to be there, what's the process? Do I just need a licence, a van and to apply, or will that come to the council?
Again, really great question, and the guidelines actually step this out pretty clearly. If you have a food van, first and foremost, you're going to need your food business registration, and depending on which location you will need to be in, you may need a vehicle permit which falls under the Vehicle and Transport Act. Now, Riverbend, for example, the allocated location is actually inside the park. So it's not on a roadside, so the vehicle permit is not required, but you would then go on to Bookable and you would say, hey, I want to book this location for my 4-hour window. And to the earlier question around, one of the documents says we've got 2 trading periods, one between 8 and 2 and the other one between 4 and 10. That's not to say you book them out for 6 hours. You're allowed a 4-hour window inside that time frame. So, for example, if you wanted to have your business set up to supply the breakfast runners in Riverbend, you might elect to go from that window from 8 till 12, but maybe you want to catch the late lunch run people, in which case you might decide that your 4-hour window is between, say, 10 and 2 o'clock. And again, we've allowed a little bit of a buffer zone in there for bump in and bump out, and a little bit of break time from that space so that we don't have back-to-back trucks coming in and out of those locations.
Just that I know I'm asking a lot of questions, but it's a question. I have moved the motion, so I am for it. But I just have another question. Anywhere in any council policy, I did think there was a minimum meterage, or is there a distance that they need to be from bricks and mortar business, the food trucks?
I'm going to have to take that as a question on notice. I know the preferred locations, so the ones in the back of the appendix, were specifically chosen so that there wasn't going to be a conflict in that space. And certainly if someone came to us to say, hey, I'd like council to consider an alternative location, that would be part of our selection criteria. You know, we're not going to allow a mobile coffee vendor to set up straight outside another mobile coffee place, right? There's going to be a conflict in that. So the existing ones have considered that. Future locations, if someone comes to council, would also consider that. Is there a legal distance? I'll take that as a question on notice. I'm not sure.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor McMahon? Sure.
Would not allow deliveries to the food van. Is that in the policy? Yeah, I'm going to have to take that on notice. If you can let me know whereabouts that's... yeah.
And another one,
As in 4 different locations?
Yes, yeah.
So again, that would be taking into consideration community, essentially. It's probably okay to have some late night food trucks in some of our parks? Is it appropriate for areas like Kingbilly Park Reserve that's in the heart of suburbia?
Yep.
Probably not.
Yep. I think one that Mr Smith raised specifically was Riverbend Park, and it was from 2 p.m, if I'm correct. That does seem a little bit odd. Why would we not allow food trucks in prior to 2 p.m. at Riverbend Park?
Well, you can trade at Riverbend to 2 p.m.
Until 2 p.m.
So
but
we've
not
got
after
two.
2
No.
p.m.
So we've got two blocks. One that runs from 8 till 2, and you can have a 4-hour window in there, which would pick it up, and then the next block of time is thereafter.
That.
Correct.
Excellent.
So
Thank
there's
you.
absolutely going to be lunch coverage at that location during that time.
Amazing. Thank you for your answer. Another question that Mr Smith raised was that there is one session per day, so you can't book 2 sessions in a day. You can only be there for a certain period of time, and then you have to go away and another van.
Correct, and that's not to say as a mobile food vendor you couldn't do the morning run at Riverbend and then head over to High Street for the evening trade. But the reason we don't want to allow a mobile vendor to book both sessions is just to allow more operators to use that space rather than sort of monopolising one location.
Lovely, thank you. And I think the last one that I may have written down was there seemed to be a little bit of confusion between the guidelines and the policies not matching up. One says 6 hours, one says 4.
So we've got a 6-hour, the policy says you get a 4-hour block.
Yep.
The guidelines say there is a 6-hour window in which you can have the 4 hours, and I'm happy to update the guidelines to make that provide a bit more clarity there. But again, we wanted that flexibility to say, not to say, well, you have to be here at this time. Here's a 6-hour window. You can have 4 hours. It can be in the middle of the 6, it could be start, or it could be at the end, recognising that each of those mobile vendors has got a different target audience that they're working to.
Excellent. Thank you for answering those questions. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Preece.
Thanks, Mayor. I've just got a question around the required approvals for level 1 vendors. So it's saying here that they can stay, for instance, an industrial site, or I guess perhaps in a street, not exceeding 15 minutes. So if someone's coming on site to make coffees and there's like 10, 12 people in line for a coffee, I would think that perhaps that would exceed 15 minutes. Likewise, if Mr Whippy pulled up in a cul-de-sac or something and 20 kids ran out for an ice cream, potentially that would exceed 15 minutes. What would the penalty look like for that? And is that just relying on the public to dob them in, or...?
Yeah, so that occupation comes out of the Vehicle and Traffic Act, but essentially there'll be penalty points in there. I think, like all things, we can lead with a stick, right? But we can also make observations, have conversations with those mobile vendors to say, hey, you're just here for 15 minutes. The purpose of that level 1 is to allow those short-term, Mr Whippies. I had a business proposal come across my desk for a business that wanted to service construction sites, and I recognised that there was actually no provision in the old policy to say, hey, this is how you can do this legally and lawfully. It's not about revenue raising or providing penalties or fines to people, but it's saying here's a framework for which you can operate your business in a lawful way. If there were repeat offenders, education would be the first step before we looked at introducing the regulations team.
Great. Any further questions? All right, to the mover and the second, and then Councillor Britton as the mover.
Thank you very much. I
think it's good that we have this policy. I think we obviously need one for food vans. The one thing that I don't agree with in the entire policy, and I don't agree that Riverbend Park is in there. There are 9 locations around that pay hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of rent, wages. Again, to be able to have 4 food vans there, and I understand. Okay, perhaps you wouldn't have a coffee van because literally 40 metres away is the entrance to a cafe. But if I can get a burger instead of a toastie, well, that's business gone from that place. If I can get a bucket of chips from that side of the bridge, I might walk over to fish and chips on the other side. These people are in those locations, and it is a good location for food. And I just feel as though those food vans are going to get a huge advantage. Now, the reason that I'm still going to pass it today is because I don't actually remember the last time I ever saw a food van there, so that's fair enough. But I do think that is unfair, and I'll potentially maybe raise that outside of this. Ultimately, the whole plan is fine. I just think that's a little bit too close to home to, as I said, 9 bricks and mortar businesses who rely on food and beverage to survive. But other than that, the plan's fine. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. And just a little bit of clarification from the Executive Leader.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Just to clarify too, one of the reasons that we're bringing this policy back relatively recently, since it was first adopted, is it was accidentally, I guess, adopted with those locations attached to it, with the guidelines and locations, and so we were really fixed on those. So now that they're separated, it's a policy, the guidelines are separate, Council is able to go back and review those locations at another time without it affecting the policy.
Thank you. All good?
Can I foreshadow a motion that particular location be removed?
CEO, just looking around where that fits in with this current resolution we're seeking.
Thank you. Through the Chair, probably see that as a material change, to be honest. Happy to work with you to draft a notice of motion to submit on the next agenda, however, if that might be more fitting.
Councillor McMahon is the seconder. Thank you. Further contributions around the table? Councillor Walker.
Thank you for progressing this to this point, and we look forward to the enlivening of our food economy.
Councillor Pentridge.
I'm somewhat concerned, and I've always been a proud Launcestonian. And I noticed that, and what concerns me in listening to my colleague here, in bricks and mortar, we've just had 7 hotels close in Hobart. Seems a pity we can't close a few here too. I mean, maybe council policy can help us, so we run a few businesses broke. Just keep up with Hobart. I'm being sarcastic, you know what I mean? Just in case it's gone over everyone's head.
No. We're all just waiting for that next comment that you make that pushes the boundary. Like that sarcasm was delivered respectfully, and I appreciate that. Councillor Harris.
Yes, I will support this today, and I do note that the 4 spots at Riverbend Park are in fact only from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. And it says that on page 9. So therefore, the morning coffee trade, the lunch trade for the cafe that is nearby is to a degree quarantined. I think going back in history of 20 years or 10, 15 maybe, there was the policy at the time that said no food van within 400 metres of an existing food and beverage outlet. And the one that was most in play was a cafe up at next to the ABC in Ann Street when the food vans first arrived on High Street. And in fact, by limiting the hours of the High Street vendors, it didn't affect the cafe's trade to any great deal. And in fact, it gave them the opportunity to close because they knew the food van was there. And I do think the food vans probably sell a different product to that is offered by the cafe in the boathouse. But I do look forward to seeing what the Councillor Britton comes up with his motion in regard to that. But I think this, in general, now removes the Lilydale Falls area, which was somewhat unintentionally included in the previous policy, and that's why we're at this point today. Other than that, I didn't think we were intending to do anything else, but now we have pointed out the Riverbend Park. I've looked at all the other sites. There doesn't seem to be anything contentious in those, but I can understand the contention about this one. But I'll be supporting it today.
Councillor Palmer.
Just to say, Mayor, thank you very much to the team for removing the Lilydale Falls from the list. And I totally understand where Councillor Britton is coming from and hear him loud and clear. There is a fish and chip shop directly over that bridge, so highly likely that consumers would go and get their fish and chips from the food van instead of walking across the bridge and possibly enjoying themselves in other restaurants there as well. So if we can look at that, I would support you wholeheartedly in looking at that. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Further contributions? Deputy Mayor, I just want to make a contribution if that's okay. Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate the amount of work that's gone into it, the depth and breadth. I appreciate Mr. Smith coming in and putting his keen eye over it as well. And I think that's a reflection of where I would expect that these policies to be coming from, in particular from councillors as well. What I don't want to see is that our policies become too restrictive in a way. And I see a lot of work, but even in the way in which they've had to be questioned here today, and it is the responsibility of councillors, and in particular around the advice that comes through, and it's very much understood and respected. But what I don't want to see is that we get to a point where we're over-regulating and we're putting timing restrictions, and I really do understand and respect those reasons, but we don't have an industry that's doing this at the moment. So if we're to build and create a culture, I want it to be as easy for people as it can. But what I want to take from this conversation is the experience of our councillors and why we have representation around this table to hear from the likes of Councillor Britton around the impacts that our decisions can have, particularly on local businesses. Looking at Riverbend Park as an example and working with, we don't want to stifle that innovation. We don't want to stifle startups, but we also don't want that to come at the detriment of those that have been established, that have worked their absolute butts off to get to where they are and to have reputation, to have visitation and to have that returning client. So if there's a way in which we can find that balance, if there's a way in which we can even work with potentially those businesses, it's a Lilydale Falls example around those local business. What are their models that could actually come and play into this? And we've seen it the opposite way around, where food trucks have become so successful that they've gone and found bricks and mortar. What's the opposite to that as well, where there can be a trade, and what's council doing to help bring and further the innovation? We're a city of first, we're an innovative city, and that doesn't come at the cost of bricks and mortar, but there is a balance, and I think there's a lot more work to do in that space. And I just want to be really mindful that we're not putting too many rules in the way of people being able to say, like Mr. Smith's going to say, it's too hard. If that's our position, we saw that with High Street, and I would say that was highly regulated, and it moved on, and that was squashed. That's now found a bit of a home in Wellington Street. What happens with that development there, if there's a DA for a petrol station or the like? We're trying to create these hives of vibrancy, and it's something that I'm personally passionate about, and I respect the positions of the other councillors who have far better experience than I do to be able to help find that balance. But that's just sort of where I would like to continue to see Launceston going, is around that we saw it with the Island Escapes, you know, trying to work with local businesses without stemming the flow of their prosperity also. So that's all I would just say. Is I will support this today, but it is with a reservation around it sounds a little difficult and challenging. And I hope that we can help people through that process where required, and we can take the comments and the thoughts of someone like Councillor Britton, who has direct knowledge and impact across the river, in particular with the bridge there in Riverbend. So that's all, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor. Back to you.
Cool, thank you. To close then, Councillor Britton. Cool. Okay, to the vote then. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge is against. Motion is carried. Great, thank you. Great depth of work, thank you. Okay, 17.2, we've got the NTCA transition plan. Before we do get to the recommendation, just seeing if there's any speakers to the item. Anything, no one noted? Do you want to speak to the item before we get to the recommendation? Yes, Mr. Fry?
Thank you, Mayor. And for those councillors who don't know me, my name is David Fry and I'm the Executive Officer of the NTCA. I would just ask councillors to note the contents of the correspondence that was sent on Tuesday to all councillors from our President, and just to add a couple of minor items to that. The list of items that the NTCA board has actually spent money on, which we had always understood was the responsibility of council, was not exhaustive, and there are some other items as well. And I think I might have noted in there one repair that we'd done to the ceiling of the Bushby stand there, and that cost us something like about $25,000 because council at the time said they weren't able to do that. But it's always been understood that major repair and maintenance items were the responsibility of council and not the NTCA board, with the amount of funding that we received. And there are a number of other examples, and I haven't gone back. I've been there for about 14 years and I haven't certainly gone back that far, but there are other things as well. The other thing that I think that really needs to be taken into consideration is that council took over the operation of the property back in October 2023, and the revaluations that have been done more recently certainly don't reflect the depreciation since that time. And I'm certainly personally aware that there have been a number of issues with some of the equipment that have been, for want of a better word, mistreated, and a lot of money having to be spent on restoring them to some degree. And all of those things I think need to be taken into account. We as a small amateur sporting organisation don't have the staff, skills, knowledge, contacts, etc. to be able to dispose of the rest of the equipment if council decided to just go down the minimalist track of paying us out for what they might immediately need. The NTCA board certainly didn't buy this equipment for the fun of it. We certainly bought it with a long-term view that we had at the time, that we are there to manage the property for the council and the people of Launceston. And we would certainly respectfully request that council take on board all of the equipment that's there and then dispose of through their usual channels what they might consider that's not required. Thank you.
Great, thanks Mr. Fry. Moving to the recommendation then as printed, noting that it is option 4 that was in the printed agenda that is being recommended to council here today. Somebody please to move. Somebody to move doesn't mean that you necessarily agree with the recommendation, just making it live. Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. And we'll move into questions. Questions for the officers. Any questions before we move to speaking? Councillor Walker?
Are we able to talk about option 4, or are we just talking about the option that's recommended at the moment?
You can talk to the report.
The report? Okay.
The recommendation is, it has been moved as option 4, but that's not to say that you can't speak to other recommendations or other options.
My apologies, it's not option 4, it's option 3 that I want to talk about. The median. That is the median between option 1 and 2, is that correct? And that is not the average, so how is that calculated? It's not the middle ground between those two, is it?
Thank you.
Yep, I'm happy to speak to that one. So essentially we've looked at the what we would consider are the movable items, and it's the median between those in both reports, if that makes sense. So because of the, we've essentially removed the fixtures as an option
to equate to that. But that's not to say that you need to take that option. Sure.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Harris?
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking still.
Yeah, it's okay.
The fixtures has got me. I understand there was an air conditioner. That is clearly a fixture that has now become part of the body. I think there were some fixtures with cricket nets and other items, which I noted on the list. Is that the only fixtures that we're talking about, or are there other fixtures that you could summarise that are in the no longer required if we only pay $80,000 list? A summary, not every item, but a summary.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. We'll just look through the fixtures list in just a moment.
So I can run you through the list if you like. It was one of the attachments. So it speaks to what was identified by, I guess, our third-party valuer as fixtures, the security keypad systems, blinds, air conditioning unit, the overhead lighting within the umpire's indoor centre, with the northern nets, so the netting frame system, lane and exterior netting, same with the southern nets. So those are really the bulk of items that have been identified as a fixture. So it was looked at in terms of what it would take to remove those and make good in a similar situation to any other lease arrangement.
Further question, Councillor Harris?
Thank you for that. But they all seem like things that you would need to run or leave there to run a working cricket complex, if that's what we call it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious why we would consider them fixtures, and we've now taken over the whole thing. I'm just not sure why we're not paying them for that. Is it because we think we've already paid for it when they were installed, or what's the rationale? I'm just struggling to get why these are being taken out, because overhead lights would seem to be very necessary for having indoor cricket nets. Indoor cricket nets would be also very necessary for having indoor cricket nets. Are we suggesting that we're saying, no, take it all out and there's no longer indoor cricket nets, which of course would be very detrimental to the sport of cricket in Launceston overall? So I'm just struggling on that a bit.
Sure, thanks for the question.
Yeah, I can probably respond to that one. So it's not about taking them out. The recommendation is that they're fixtures as part of the building, like the air conditioning, so as part of the development and the infrastructure. So it doesn't go when the leasee goes.
Just to help my clarity, I think you've helped hit the nail on the head.
Mm-hmm.
We aren't paying them for the buildings that are there, that have been built over time. However, the lights in the indoor cricket nets are considered to be part of what we have paid for. Is it the, I guess, assertion that the NTCA are saying, no, we paid for them, not you as the building owner, and therefore you need to pay us? And do they have any supporting information on that? Because my recollection is that the indoor cricket nets have been there since I played cricket, which was 30 or more years ago. So I'm just trying to figure out, they've properly repaired the nets over time, and I'm sure replaced some lights. Is that because, as the building owner, they should have been paid for by council, and NTCA picked up the bill? Is that what they're trying to say?
Thank you.
Really comes down to the lease arrangement, and also, I guess, in consideration of council has paid a substantial amount of money, $400,000 every year for many years, in order to fit out and run and operate the facility. So they have, in a way, the income is also generated from the bookings from the sports users, is also for the leasees' benefit from councils.
Great, thank you. Do you have a question? Oh, Councillor Walker with a question?
I do, and it sort of follows on from that in a sense. I suppose, I think it might come down to a little bit of a philosophical point of difference there, though, because, and I might be corrected by any accountants in the room, but you've got one pot of money, which is us paying NTCA to manage the property, and then what they do with that money is in that pursuit of that, which may or may not include fixtures. And then on the other hand, you can say, yes, but we gave you that money, so really it's all ours anyway, and that's a philosophical point. We can't be, and I've been, told this as far as council goes, we can't dip into a particular allocation of money on council just because it equates to a similar area of interest. It doesn't. You can't just simply move money from one budget into another. And in a sense, I feel as though this is what we may be doing. And I'm sure that's difficult for you too. So I suppose if you can elucidate a little upon the, is it an accounting question, or is it just a difference of philosophical outlook as to whether we accept that we gave them that money to do that job?
Thank you. You're right, it is very complex, and we were talking about this today. NTCA have a very long history of managing the facility to a great, to their credit, and that's been a great benefit to the community. We're, unpacking all of that. There's been grants in the meantime and all sorts of long history about, where things are paid for. We're not in a position to know that. So the officers have provided what we see as the best ratepayer recommendation, and really with those options for council's consideration.
Great. Councillor McMahon?
So just a question around the lease. Does it state in there that if that is to change, the situation with the lease is to change, does it state in there that council will take control of the fixtures?
There is a line.
Yeah, look, it's essentially. Can you just rephrase the question, sorry, or ask the question again?
So maybe if I phrase it like this. So with my lease with my business, it states in there that the fit out that I put in the shop, if I leave, I have to take that with me and I have to put that back to how it was. Doesn't matter how many lights I put in, they belong to the building owner. If there wasn't.
Yeah, essentially correct. There's a make good obligation within the lease that suggests if NTCA in this case were to, say, remove the air conditioner, that they'd need to make, which they could be entitled to do, they'd need to make good. So that could entail actually putting another unit in, or just patching up and repair, for example. So,
or they could say, we're going to leave it there and it's yours.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any further questions? I'll go to Councillor Walker, and I note that Councillor Pentridge has one, but... All right, we'll wait till we... Yeah, thank you, though. Yep, Councillor Walker.
Thank you. In regards to depreciation, as was mentioned, my apologies, mentioned by Mr Fry, have we accounted for that in our processing? Because it would seem that, it's from 2023 until now that some of those things have been being used by council, and that, of course, I don't know what that figure would be. Do we have a figure for what that depreciation would be, and have we accounted for that?
Essentially, the answer is no. We don't have a figure on the depreciation, but what I can tell you is that our operational crew at NTCA have been using the equipment. It's definitely a worthy question, but I can say through support from our operational crew that they've actually been maintaining that equipment to a certain degree to make sure that it's operational, including some minor fixes and things as well. So essentially, weighing up what depreciation is a good topic, but it would need to be weighed up, I guess, against the maintenance that our crew have been performing on that equipment.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, we might move to speaking then. We've got Councillor Britton as the mover, Councillor Pentridge as the seconder.
Thank you very much. I understand there could be a philosophical way to look at this, but at the same time, the NTCA is it's a sports ground. Lots of people use it. Your family doesn't use it if you were into netball. Your family doesn't use it if you were into swimming. If you were into soccer and you went to Churchill Park every weekend, you don't use it. This is ratepayer money, and we need to take into consideration the entire ratepayer base. I can understand that we might feel as though we should argue about what's better and what's worse, but sound like a Grinch. I think we should look at this as a business decision. We should buy what we need for $80,000. If the NTCA wishes to sell any of those other assets to recoup their money, that's absolutely fine. If we're doing something illegal, or indeed if we're doing something terribly immoral, then tell me, but I believe the decision is at a point, and that's why it's been put in front of us today, and we need to think about the entire ratepayer base, not just the NTCA and us. So at risk of sounding like the Grinch, I will go for option 4. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Now, Councillor Pentridge is the seconder. You can reserve your right, or you can go now if you like. You want to go now? Reserve to the end? Yeah, and that's fine. Further contributions from the table then, please. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, this is a relatively complex affair, I think, and I understand and acknowledge all the work that's been done by our officers and appreciate the work that the NTCA have done over many, many years. The reality of it is we've been paying over an amount of money every year for them to manage the facility. They have a lease agreement. They actually take all the revenues and charge fees out to various sporting clubs to use the facilities, and therefore they've used that for their benefit to, I guess, improve and do the things that the NTCA have always done. I was a moot point in regards to the drop-dead figure of $80,000. I appreciate the officers have made advice based on what they think is the best benefit for the ratepayer in regard to what we're doing. I question whether, in light of some of these grey areas, that we should make an ex gratia payment on top of that to cover unforeseen things and to acknowledge what they've actually done over that period of time and to deal with that amount of activity that's gone on under their watch. I appreciate we don't know what they've done in relation to various things, and there's some comments about we put air conditioners and done various bits and pieces in relation to it. Some of it's been acknowledged and noted in the commentary. They are fixtures. They've done them on the basis that they felt, and I think if we read the letter from the President, she would say some of those things we felt were council responsibilities. You didn't do them, so we had to do them. There's conjecture about all of that, and I guess some of the officers here weren't here when some of those things were done, and on the basis of the conversations that actually went on between the NTCA and the City of Launceston. So from my perspective, that's the difficult area, is what's fair and reasonable in regards to that. So whilst I think you've given us, I think, a precise thing and say this is what we want and what we need, my concern was just some of this grey area and whether for the purposes of the exercise we should consider an ex gratia payment to cover that unknown amount. And I don't know what that figure is. My head said 40 grand, just that's picked out of the air. So I would like to consider post this discussion and say let's buy the equipment that we've put in option 4, but I'd like to consider whether we should be doing something just to round this out on the basis of some of the uncertainties that have arisen over the term of the lease. I'd probably like to discuss that further offline and deal with the 80,000 today, but maybe come back and have a conversation about something else additional to that as an ex gratia payment to cover those uncertainties.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Further contributions, Councillor Walker.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this motion today. I think that the complexities around this are not easy to unpick, and I appreciate the effort that's gone into getting it this far and the options that you have provided, most importantly, I do really appreciate. I don't agree with some commentary here. that suggests that this is community money and we shouldn't be, giving it away or whatever. We're not giving it away. The NTCA, whatever amount of money is provided here, will continue to be a part of Launceston and providing a service to the sporting community of Launceston. So this is not money that is going to go into someone's pocket. This is money that will go to the continuation of the NTCA, albeit on a different scale. So, having said that, I will flag that if this motion is not successful, I would move that option 3 be adopted, that we purchase all equipment at the median price. I can understand the complexity around the fixtures, and I'm sure Mr. Fry can understand that too. There is going to be grey area in these types of things. Yes, ultimately Launceston Council paid for all this, but we had an arrangement with the NTCA to provide that, and they have diligently spent that money. There's no suggestion that they bought things that weren't required or necessary for the ground and the successful operation of that facility. So, and I think turning around now and saying, well, we're going to pick the eyes out of the carcass and take the bits that we want, you can deal with the rest of it, is a tad unfair. I think that somebody by now could have perhaps offered our thanks to Mr. Fry and to the NTCA for the service that they have provided. I know the last few years of negotiations haven't been easy, but this is a location and an organisation that has a long, proud history in Launceston of, a very long time. And long may that continue, by the way. So I hope that there are other councillors who feel a similar way. This is not money that's going down the gurgler. This is money that will continue to be used in Launceston for the purposes of creating excellent sporting opportunities for our citizens. And as I say, option 3, I think, finds it might not be a happy medium, but it covers contingencies in a way that us just doing the bare minimum can't. We're talking about an extra $100,000. The last thing I want to see is another article in the paper saying that councillor costs organisation $100,000. It's an option that's presented. It's an option that will continue to help service the sporting life in Launceston, and I presume at that price, an option that we would presumably recoup some money from through a further sale. So I think to just look at it as purely the figure of $180,000, $180,355 is probably not accurate at this stage, but I'm not to know the difference between what we think we need and what would be saleable. So I'll leave it at that. I shall wait to see the vote. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the other speakers, and thank you for Ben for all of the good work that you've done to get it to this point. And I also want to thank the NTCA for the hard work that they've put in at that ground. Obviously, when council made the decision years ago to pay them up at that final instance $400,000, I'm sure it wasn't always that much, a year to look after the ground. That has been, they have spent that money as they have seen fit for the time. I did a quick calculation of the fittings that were not to be the NTCA had invoices for. They come just over $130,000. However, I would see that none of those fittings would be removed in the NTCA continuing to operate as they are at the moment. They will still need cricket nets. They will still need lights. They will still need the air conditioner. And so the fact that they had purchased it perhaps with our $400,000 or a portion of it at a point in time, or in fact from money that they had retained as earnings. So to me, I tend to favour Councillor Mackenzie's suggestion over Councillor Walker's perhaps motions that they might put forward. And the figure to me...
Point of order, Chair. It's nothing emotional about it.
No, motion. He said motion.
Not motion. Motions.
No. Motion. Foreshadowing.
Foreshadowed motions of option 3, Councillor Walker, and I'll call it option 5, Councillor Mackenzie, of a further $40,000, and I'll make it a round figure of $120,000, would seem to be a fair figure, because we have had the last 2 or 3 use of the machinery, and there would be some depreciation in that, which cannot be quantified at this point in time, and also does take into consideration that they have done things that have perhaps been necessary, such as repair to a ceiling, when perhaps the building owner should have been able to do that over time. But having said it, we did give them $400,000 a year, and perhaps they should have been fixing the hole in the ceiling, because perhaps it was created by players or whatever, I don't know. But at the end of the day, 80,000 seems a little on the short side to me. 180,000 seems too much. Somewhere in the middle is the right answer, and I'll put my stake at the moment and foreshadow a motion as option 5 for $120,000 payment to cover all claims, including depreciation, but also the purchase of all the equipment that we require, and that we would leave in place any other equipment that is there that we don't require, and then the NTCA can, if they no longer need it, then they can choose to dispose of it as well.
Thanks. Councillor Harris? Further contributions? Councillor Pentridge.
What I hear is we've had an organisation, the NTCA, looked after a lot of kids for a lot of years. And my understanding is that that organisation's done a pretty good job. Their demise came about through decisions of no fault of their own, but that's because we chose to give away York Park, and therefore we've taken over the NTCA to start off once again getting money to try and get it to a stage. Now, there's no doubt that the NTCA have done a pretty good job. It's trained a lot of kids over those years, and it's spent the money in good faith. Now, there is options for all that gear, right, which is we could donate it to other sporting cricket facilities or whoever else needs it, if that is required, which would be a good gesture on Launceston. I think it's unfair that we sort of close it, and as Mr. Fry said, they've acted in good faith. Right? Times have moved on, and you know, the facilities there are looking very good due to the input of this council. But to take what we want and then dump the rest in their lap is not the sort of council I would appreciate. So I think I agree. You never give anyone the money they ask for, because that's not appropriate. Because if he didn't ask for a little bit more, then he's silly. But I think it's got to be a compromise, as Councillor Walker said. I don't think we can talk about this till the cows come home. We didn't seem to have a problem, or our staff didn't seem to have a problem putting $80,000 on the removal of the house up there. We all sort of went along with that, right? Now, you know, I think we should be giving them a lot more than 80,000, and I think the fact that we've taken, Councillor McMahon commented through an experience with tenancies, right? In that you'd be silly to remove everything, but at the same time, if there was something that was going to benefit the premises, it'd be nice if you got some contribution to it. It just seems silly to rip everything out just for someone to have to replace it again. So I agree. I can't support option 4, and a bit like both Councillor Walker and our deputy, what the real figure is. Really, aren't we just really penny pinching over a few dollars? Why not show a bit of good faith? Yeah. Well, listen, the ratepayers do not always get their money's worth for the decisions that are made in this council. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. David, thank you. Yeah, it doesn't show good, it's not a good way to end the relationship. Like picking their eyes out, picking the good stuff out and telling them to shove it. That's why I'm making sure you don't show it. I was hoping that you'd, anyway, we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, any further contributions? Councillor McMahon.
I think the difficulty that we probably have with this situation is we've been paying someone to run a facility for $400,000 a year. So for them, it's a business. They're being paid that money to do a job. They've done the job, and now things have changed. We're taking it over. We don't need everything that they have, which would happen in my shop. If I didn't need everything, or somebody was buying it and they didn't need everything, they'll go, you take that stock, that's yours, I don't want it. They're not paying me for it. I've got to take it. I've got to deal with it. That's what happens when you sell a business. So I think we probably need to look at this from a business perspective rather than going, we should be paying for things we don't want or we don't need. I think we just need to keep that in mind. Yes, they have done a great job running the facility for council, and there probably have been situations along the way where they, put in a new heater or something that potentially, I don't know what the lease says because I haven't seen the lease, I don't know how it reads, that potentially might say that that's a responsibility of the council or it's a responsibility of the person who's in the building. I know before I bought my building, I had to pay to have my heaters checked all the time. I had to pay for someone to come through and make sure that there was no trip hazards. Like all these things are in a lease. So I think we just need to be mindful how we look at this because it is a business and it's not always as cut and shut as we think if we look at it that way.
Right. Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Just before we close, I'm just looking for some clarification because there's been some comments that I would like to be affirmed by the staff around the removal of things depending on which option we choose. So I've been hearing they're taking out the nets if we don't buy them. I just want to clarify the facts around those comments. CEO.
Thank you, through the chair, and I'm hoping I've got this right, but please, if I've got it wrong, I'm sure the smarter people to my left will let me know that accordingly. Just for clarity for purposes of the room and not participating in the debate, of course, but important to recognise some of the key facts here that the arrangements that previously operated, council paid NTCA to operate that facility on council's behalf. We've always remained the owner of that facility. That was to the tune of about $400,000-ish plus per annum. Whilst we also accepted ownership and maintenance of the property equally at the same time, so still wearing depreciation on our balance sheet and depreciating the items and any fixtures and fittings accrued to the property, we were still and have been carrying those appropriate costs relevant to maintenance and depreciation on our balance sheet for that period of time equally. We've also received no revenue during that period of time, so that was part of the approved arrangement. We would pay NTCA circa $400,000+ per annum. They would keep all of the revenue generated from the site, good luck to them, and then that money would be invested back into their club or wherever it needed to go. I have just been advised that we've just recently received the financials of NTCA as well, so I can't give you advice. I haven't seen the financials yet myself, we only just received them, so I couldn't tell you what the financials state in relation to the NTCA. There might be a question someone else can answer, because I think that's a very important fact to know. As to the financial liquidity of a group, because that may support some of the arguments that are being put forward in terms of helping the organisation. They may very well need it, or they could in fact be in the opposite position as well and may not need it equally as well. I think it would be fair to assume from a technical perspective that what we are talking about in relation to fixtures and fittings are assets in which council has funded through its support on a yearly basis, and of course by not taking revenue as well, but we also have been carrying those costs. We included within council's financials, particularly depreciation as referenced by council before, no different to your part.
Okay, thanks, CEO. Councillor Britton to close.
Thank you very much. And thanks. Look, I actually appreciate that there's probably other people at this table who are far more versed in all of this than me anyway, and probably have a greater relationship with the NTCA, etc., etc. If I can just go back again. And look, if you look at option 2 and option 3, the idea is that we buy all of that with the intent to sell it afterwards. I don't understand why we would, items, well, I'm saying if the items are not required, somebody else can sell them. We'll just buy the ones that we do need. I don't think at this table, as I said, we're playing with everybody else's ratepayer money, not just people who just use the NTCA. And we can't bring emotion into it. Buy what we need. What the NTCA does with the rest of their assets is up to them, and we should not burden ourselves with buying it all to make everybody feel good and then have to go out and sell them on our own. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Noting that there is some foreshadowing that's happened throughout this process, we will put the recommendation as printed to the vote, which is, again, just to reconfirm, option 4 in the attached agenda, published agenda. So putting it to the vote. All those in favour of the recommendation as printed? Those against? Pentridge, Harris, Deputy Mayor and Walker against. The motion is carried. Okay, thank you, councillors. We'll continue through to 17.3. We've got the Northern Tasmanian Sports Facility Plan. Recommendation is to note the attached review and status and formally close the Northern Tasmanian Sports Facility Plan 2023. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor has moved, seconded by Councillor Harris. Any questions to the recommendation? There being none, we will move forward to speaking. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. I'd commend the officers for the report and the amount of work that's actually been done. It's been great when you sit there and look at it, and we did do an assessment a few years ago, and largely all things seemingly are either, some of them have been done and some of them are in train, and I agree that we just take this to an operational report now and let them deliver what they need to deliver.
Great, thank you. Anything further, Councillor Harris? Anything further from the table? Councillor Walker.
Yes, I do wonder what the intention is, bearing in mind that I suppose until this agenda I wasn't aware that this was coming to fruition. We do, and of course it was NTDC who partly administered this process. What the future holds, I suppose. I suppose it is a question actually, Chair, if you'll allow. Right. In terms of, you know, would we likely see a new plan be facilitated at some point?
Great to have the officers here, yeah.
So part of the report is to essentially any of the outstanding or recommendations have been essentially absorbed into the Rec and Open Space strategy, or plan I should say, sorry, and that is coming to council workshop on the 13th of August. So that essentially that was, yeah. Yep.
Yes,
Okay, so
we're in speaking.
Thank you for the answer to that question. No, my understanding is this plan was sort of in conjunction with our surrounding councils, so I suppose my only concern there is that, you know, perhaps that moment has passed in terms of facilitating, you know, sporting outcomes across the region more. So, and no doubt that work continues in other quarters and even, you know, upon our own instigation as well, no doubt. But it was heartening to see that councils can work together for these precious facilities and resources that are needed to create them. And so I'd certainly encourage that to continue. And while things are being rolled over into other plans within this council, I still think there is room for a really consolidated approach for Northern Tasmania in general. And not just for sporting facilities, but for many other things as well. But this is a good example of how that can occur. Whether it's a gymnastics centre for Longford or a soccer facility for West Tamar, I think these are all worthy projects. And as a region, it'll be great for us to see that continue.
Just on that, there were a number of recommendations across all 5 of those councils, for example, looking at additional swimming facilities over the next, say, 10, 20 years, and they have actually been captured within that Rec and Open Space plan as well. Yeah.
Great.
I look forward to the plan.
Excellent. Councillor Harris.
Yes, mine will be a question because I declined on the opportunity to speak. But my question is, this was taken, prepared up into 2023, and of course it doesn't have pickleball on there, which probably was seen as a very minor sport, if at all. And I remember when I read through what was being planned for the tennis courts, that the tennis courts at Royal Park, the comment seems to indicate that we're just going to rationalise it. And as we will now make this an operational plan, can we include, here's my question, can we include pickleball access, public pickleball access? Because whilst we have private facilities where people will pay to go, I do think there is a space for at least one publicly accessible pickleball court so that people can go down and try it without having to outlay some money to see whether in fact they would want to do it. And in fact, I see that the Royal Park tennis courts would be in fact ideal for the creation of 4 pickleball courts for the general public to use without having to book or pay, but simply to turn up and just use. I'll leave that as a question for you to respond to, please.
Yeah, very much agree with the pickleball comments, and we actually did have a budget bid which wasn't successful to convert those Royal Park tennis courts into public accessibly pickleball courts. One flaw, in my opinion, of the Northern Tasmanian Sports Facility report was that it very much focused on formal sports. So the Rec and Open Space plan captures a lot more of those informal type sports like a pickleball. And by that I mean there's probably a difference between organised sport, so I'm talking things like AFL soccer, for example, whereas the research shows us that the trend is leaning more towards informal or passive sports like pickleball, so we've captured those types of sports within the plan.
Great. Yeah. Yeah, great. Any further contributions? Anything to close, Deputy Mayor? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Great. 17.4, QVMag Advisory Board Membership. I'm going to ask for somebody, please, to move the recommendation as published, which is the appointment to those individuals. Somebody please to move. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Priest. Any questions to the recommendation? There being none, we'll go straight to speaking then. If there's anything further required, Councillor Harris.
Only to say to anyone listening, it appears that we had forgotten a couple of the directors or of the members of the Museum Governance Board, and so this is correct and add their names. And apologise for doing so, yes indeed.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Priest? Anything from the table? To the vote, all those in favour, all councillors present, motion is carried. Thanks very much, Ali. We've got nothing identified with community asset design at 18, so we go to delivery and performance. 19.1. What was the one? Mr. Smith was the next one, I think. Yep, next one, sorry. 19.1, we've got the change to the 2026 council meeting schedule. We've got the cancellation there due to the election. Somebody please to move. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Britton. Any contributions? Pretty straightforward. Okay, to the vote, all those in favour. All councillors present, the motion is carried. 19.2, parking strategic direction. Before we do get to the recommendation, Mr. Smith.
Mr. Mayor, the aspect of this strategic direction is, my interest is the document proposing to update the Central Activities District Implementation Plan. I think that was authored by council officers. Ironically, it was only a few days before the beam scooter trial ends, and that was supposed to be ecologically and financially. It's proved not to be so. And also the unintended consequences, I think we've found, of the 1 hour free parking is that people rush back to the car park. Neither of those things seem to be considered, because once there's an incentive to get back to the car. Partly this document, if you do today vote to update it, something of concern is it is a little bit antique car if it was written by officers or whoever wrote it, but the underlying antique car is where it talks about using the planning scheme to minimise off-street parking. It also talks about taking funding from parking to put towards sustainable transport and e-scooters, etc., and sustainable transport initiatives. I prefer you spend the money on improving the car park. Certainly the multi-stories have a lot to be spent on them. The document also, if the officers do rewrite it, the loading zones, I spoke to you, you'll remember I mentioned that the loading zone survey around the city needed attention to truck zones, which shouldn't be included in as loading zones. They're not really the same thing if you're rationalising, which you propose in this document. And some of them only operate 3 hours, so they're not full loading zones. And you do make special dispensations for some operators, national operators, to stay longer in the loading zones. You'll give them an hour and a half special pleadings. Also, you talk about consolidating, and there is a reason why Launceston has sometimes 5-minute free zones, 10-minute free zones, 15 minutes in certain places, and even 30-minute free zones. It just depends what you're doing. Having to rationalise, and in actual fact, it's sometimes beneficial to have shorter time zones for the different things. I know it's nice to have just one time zone, but it's not necessarily the way to go. So if you do rewrite this document, credit to officers in the first place for writing it. It is good. The CAD-PIP, as it's abbreviated to. I would ask you to pay attention. Those are not necessarily be so hostile to cars. So thank you for your time.
Great, thank you, Mr. Smith. We appreciate your patience today as well. I appreciate also how Councillor McMahon was able to take on some of those questions in the last item from your comments too. It's really important. Okay, so we will move to the recommendation. That recommendation, just to be clear, is just to receive the report, not asking councillors of any decisions, just to receive that report and then to take on some of those comments, and we'll take that through as to what those next steps might be. We're just taking in that information. It's been moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Marsden. Councillor Harris.
Yes, thank you. Yes, this is a start, as I say, only a paper to receive strategic intent and direction. It's something that has been on my agenda for a long time since I've been on this council. There are many things that I would like to see changed under this, what hopefully will be a forthcoming review, to better reflect the realities of 2020s rather than perhaps the realities of the 1980s, that a lot of what our parking has been based on, such as only 1 hour around the central CBD area of parking, when many people feel that 2 hours would enable them to dwell a little longer and actually shop rather than just get in, and particularly as things that happen in the city have changed dramatically since our previous policies have been in there. We no longer, we now have major shopping suburban areas at Mowbray, Kings Meadows, Newstead, Prospect, Riverside, two of which aren't even in our municipality, and we need to make sure that we change what goes on. So I'm looking forward to what the council officers come up with here, and I'm sure there will be many changes that will come out of it, including perhaps the change to our one-way streets, because it will reduce the encouragement of the blockies, because part of the encouragement of blockies is being able to pull up beside the person you want to beat. Sitting behind them is never as much fun. And so I'm sure people want to see a decline in the blocky route. The route won't change, but they won't be able to pass each other because there'll only be one lane. So let's take this report on and see where they come. And I do thank again the officers for their work that they've done, but also I thank Mr. Smith for his reading of it as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Marsden. Councillor Walker.
Question, if I may, Chair.
Sure.
Thank you. We can go back to 2010 and the Gell report in Launceston, and I suppose that's part of the modern history of how we view our CBD. That was a holistic report, a visionary type of report, a no holds barred type of vision for what the CBD could be. It feels to me now that we're there's a pastiche involved in City Heart project, the one-way streets, the public transport, the parking, the alternate transport, and that there's a retrofitting process going on. Is there a concern that we do a parking review that does not necessarily mesh with other goals in terms of whether it's public transport or the City Heart project, especially the one-way streets, and how one-way streets interact with public transport?
Look, it certainly could be a legitimate concern if not done correctly. The entire point of this report is to provide an update that it is a strategic parking direction where we're going to actually encompass all of those concerns. The Launceston City Heart Parking Strategy Review is an annual plan action item which is being led by the City Infrastructure team. So it is not a project being led by the parking team. Parking is an enabler and something that can facilitate some of the matters we want to achieve through transport and the other factors that you've raised, Councillor Walker. But I think the fact that we are leading this project out of our infrastructure team speaks to the fact that we are taking a step back and looking at this holistically.
Thank you. Further contributions? Nothing to close? Okay, to a vote. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge is against. Abstaining? Councillor Walker has abstained. The motion is carried. Great. Thank you. Right, looking at 20, strategy and innovation. 20.1 is the concessional entry to Council's waste disposal facilities. I've got no noted speakers. Recommendation is that Council approves. That has been published, and with those budget amendments in there also. Been moved by Councillor Harris. Seconded. Seconded by Councillor Marsden. Any questions? Contributions?
Just to speak briefly, this is necessary because we had a record 31 applications for not-for-profits and their ability to have concessional entry to the Council's waste disposal facilities. In the budget, it is a mere $57,000. However, that figure has not changed for a number of years. And so were we to fund all the 31 applications that we had, the budget required would have been $85,000. And so what we are asking for as the committee that assessed these is to increase the budget by $11,838.39, no less, to allow that all of those 31 applications receive some concession, but they were in fact being discounted by 20% from the amount they originally asked for, but that is a fair and reasonable to spread across all of them. The alternative method would be to simply fund some as deemed most worthy and then at a point in time draw the line and then not fund any at all below that line, which is not the process that the committee chose to take. So we're looking for the support around the table to have all 31 achieve 80% refund of their waste disposal fees and a further $11,000 to make that happen.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Anything further, Councillor Marsden? Anything around the table? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge against. The motion is carried. We have nothing identified in 21 or 22. So we move into closed council, with the recommendation being to move into closed council to discuss the published matters in the publicly available agenda. Somebody please to move. We'll move to moved. Councillor Harris. And seconded by Councillor Britton. All of those in favour? All councillors present, we move into closed council. Now that we're back in open session, somebody please to move that is a correct reflection of what was spoken about for the minutes in closed. It's been moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Britton. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We close the meeting at 5:05 with the next meeting here on the 23rd of July.